Sharon Rappaport. We're interviewing Bea Green on the 12th June 2006 in her home in Barnes, London. My name is Sharon Rappaport. I would like to start by thanking you for willing to take part in our project. Could you please state your name and the date of your birth?
I'm Bea Green, and I was born on the 14th of March 1925.
Was B the name you were born with?
Well, the name my parents gave me was Maria Beate. Very Catholic for a nice Jewish girl. But apparently I'd had a grandmother or great-grandmother called Marie, and my mother didn't care for that, so Marie became Maria. And then I had a grandmother called Bertha, and she didn't like that either, I'm glad to say. And she did toy with the idea of calling me Babette, which I thought would have been quite nice, but no, she decided on Beate, so I became Maria Beate.
Okay, could you please state your name and the date of your birth?
Yes, I'm Bea Green, and I was born on the 14th of March 1925.
Was B the name you were born with?
Well, my parents called me Maria Beate because I had one great-grandmother called Marie, and my mum didn't fancy that name, and another ancestress called Bertha, and she didn't like that either, which was good. And so they turned the two. Oh, they did consider the possibility of Babette, but they decided to call me Maria Beate, which is a very Catholic name for a nice Jewish girl.
So when was it changed to B?
Well, you can imagine when I came to England on the Kindertransport and I came to an English school, the headmistress said, "What is your name?" And I said, "Beate." And she said, "What?" And I said it over and over again. And then she asked me if I had another one, and I said Maria, and she didn't like that one either. So then I was called Beata, but the other people couldn't get their tongue round it. So it was B-E-A, so that just became B in due course. So I'm quite used to it.
And when were you born? What was your date of birth?
14th of March 1925. Makes me 81. Stops you using your fingers.
And where were you born?
I was born in Munich, which was, well, still is the capital of Bavaria, which right up until the end of the First World War was a kingdom. I say this simply because I actually find myself associating, or identifying rather, with Bavaria. I have a possible problem with Germany as such. I don't associate with Germany so much as I do with Bavaria. I'm a Bavarian. I mean, I'm a Bavarian Jewish Brit. It fits me. That was, by the way, I thought about that when my youngest son once asked me, "Well, how do you feel, Mum?" And I thought about it and I came out well with, I'm a Bavarian Jewish Brit. A Bavarian Jewish Briton, if you like.
We'll go on about that matter a bit later. And can you tell me a bit about your family?
Well, my father was a lawyer who was in the Kanzlei Siegel, which was run by him and his cousin, it having been left to the two young lawyers by their uncle who had no children. My mother was an artist. She was a painter, and she concentrated on designing book covers and was a bookbinder as well. She was a very practical person. My father was not practical. we repeated that pattern in my marriage, but that came a bit later. And I have a brother who's 4 years older than me, who I think I put his nose out of joint when I was born. But I love him because he's my brother.
Could you tell me the name of your parents?
My father was Michael, Dr. Michael Siegel, surname Siegel, and that's Siegel. And my mother was Mathilde, shortened to Tilde. So, and my father was, the Bavarian for Michael was Michel, so my father was Michel Siegel and my mum was Tilde Siegel.
Do you have any memories of your grandparents?
Oh yes. Interestingly enough, the first time I went back to Munich, my mum asked me to look at her father's grave, my grandfather. And this was in 1950, I think. And I went to the Jewish cemetery in Munich, and the chap in charge said, when did he die? I couldn't remember, but I thought I must have been 5 or 6. It turns out that I was not 4 when he died, but I remember him when I was parked on them, and I was lying in a little cot behind the tiled stove, and their 2 beds were on the other side. And every morning he would throw a sweet into my little cot. And I remembered one morning I couldn't find the sweet. And I felt responsible, and he threw me another sweet. And I thought that was the nicest thing a grandfather could do. And I remember that, although he died in 1928, when I wasn't 4 years old yet. My grandmother lived on and actually was at the station when I left, and she died in Theresienstadt. And they had, my mother, and then 2 sons, one of whom also died in a concentration camp or wherever he was done in. He was a concert pianist. And my Uncle Ernst, who wound up in Israel. So that's my mother's relations, whom I knew. My father's family all came from Franconia, which is northern part of Bavaria. And I remember my grandfather lifting me up on his knees when we were visiting them in Würzburg, where they lived, and giving me a cherry. And I must have been 3 or 4 years old. And his wife also survived him, my grandmother. I don't remember any details, but I remember my great-grandmother also lived in Würzburg, and she needed a trumpet to hear. And she was born on the 1st of April, 1831, and she died on the 1st of April, 1931, on her 100th birthday. Right. So, well, you know, the story goes that she was told that Hindenburg had sent her a telegram. She said, do I care? Well, she said it in German, of course. I don't care about telegrams. I want a nice sermon at my funeral. And her granddaughter was looking after her, my Aunt Jenny. Said, oh no, you mustn't say that, and the whole family is coming to celebrate. Oh, she said, in that case I better have a little rest first. Went to lie down and never got up. Wow. And died. I think the thought of the whole, I'm not sure if this is true, but you know, it makes you wonder whether the thought of the family coming was just a bit too much. And she thought she'd call it a day.
Could you just tell us the names of your grandparents?
That I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Do you know, one of them was called Bertha. And I think my grandfather Siegel was Salomon Siegel. I do have the whole genetic past. My lovely brother plays with our ancestors, and he got it all done, so I can show you later. but I haven't got it
And
in my
did your
head.
parents tell you stories about their childhood?
My father told me that my father's parents had a farm. I think they bred horses, among other things. And his father had a brother. And these two brothers had married two sisters. And the two families lived in the same big house, and each of them had 7 children. And according to legend, only the mothers knew who belonged to whom. Now, of these 7 children, there was one in each family who was studious, who was academic. It was my father who was the oldest of the 7 in his family, and it was a girl in the other family. And my father, when he was 10, had then to be moved from Arnstein, the little village, to the nearest town. It could have been Würzburg, I can't remember, so that he could go to a proper school. And that is how his career started. And then he finally studied law, and one of the lovely stories that he actually told my son when he was doing a little bit of historical research, when he had got his qualifications as a lawyer, his mother had laid on a party, and it was winter, and he got to the station, and there was no way of getting home except by a horse-drawn sledge through the snow. I love that story. So yes, I know that story. My mum told me quite a few things, how she and the pianist brother, I mean when they were little, were very good friends. Because my brother and I were always fighting, and she said, why can't you be friends like we were? And they would look at the toy shop window and divide it in half and say, Josef can have this half and Tilde can have that half, and that's how they got on very well.
And where did they meet, your mother and father, actually?
That's a lovely story. My father had lost a thumb when he was a little boy of 5 by putting his hand into the animal feed cutting machine. So when the First World War came around, he couldn't, of course, it was his right thumb, he couldn't join the army. But he was a very great sportsman and a great skier, so he became the ski instructor of the Bavarian troops. That's a nice Jewish thing to do. In the course of which he was presented to the Bavarian king, who said to him, ja, was machen Sie nachher im Sommer? Well, what the hell do you do in summer? And he said, I'm a lawyer. And years and years and years later, long after when he stopped being king in 1918, he was one of my father's clients. So anyway, he was a ski instructor, and so everybody knew that he was a good skier. He was invited to a party to which my mum was also invited. My mum was known to be an artist. The hostess asked my mum to write little place cards for each of the guests, for each of whom she was given some detail, and she was told that he was a skier, so she did this little drawing of the skier and much impressed my dad, and therefrom followed the rest.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of people were they? Could you tell me a bit about? What is, let's say, your fondest memory of them?
I'm lucky with my parents. I'm lucky with my parents because they were unconventional, you know, and I think in the 20s and 30s to be unconventional took a lot of courage. And when they needed the courage for other things, I think they taught my brother and me not to cringe, not to cower. They both had a wonderful sense of humor. They could both write. my mother wrote poetry, jolly poetry, verse maybe, if not poetry. They both loved music. My father was a good singer. My mum couldn't sing at all. But she loved music, and they belonged to they had season tickets for the opera, so we were not kosher, so we ate all sorts of nice Bavarian food, and Jewish food and Hungarian food, because of my mother's father was Hungarian. I think they also were able to show affection. My father took me to school from the age of 6 when I started, first to primary school and then to secondary school. We always walked together, half an hour, 45 minutes. And we talked, and you know, that develops a relationship that really lasts a lifetime.
Did they socialize, especially with Jewish people, or
Completely mixed.
mixed?
Completely mixed. I would say the majority of their friends would have been Jewish, yes. My parents were observant in the sense that they went to synagogue every Shabbat in the morning. I went with my dad, and so long as I was little, I was always downstairs with the men. You know, and he stood me up on the seat, so because the sort of desk came up to here with me. We celebrated all the festivals.
To what synagogue did you go in Munich? Did you go to the Great Synagogue?
Yes, the one that was destroyed before Kristallnacht.
Yes.
Yes.
Could you tell me a bit about the synagogue? Do you remember it physically?
Of course I remember it. The rabbi was Dr. Beerwald, who was actually a family friend. You know, we had a little house in the country, a little sort of chalet wooden thing, and he would come and visit us there. And then of course we would respect his eating kosher. The synagogue was big. It had wooden pews. It had stairs going up to the bima, and it had another sort of like another chancel higher up. And I remember, I can quote Dr. Beerwald, the rabbi, saying, "Und an jenem Tag wird der Herr einzig sein und sein Name einzig." And on that day his name will be holy. You know, certain things make a deep impression. And everybody was friendly with everybody else. And if somebody once asked me, what was your childhood like under Hitler? With being a member of the Jewish community. And you know, I could only think of all the nice things, how nice it was to be a Jewish kid in that particular community. So I have the fondest memories.
What kind of rabbi was he? What kind of...
He was Reform, but he himself, like I noticed today in this country, the Reform synagogue I belong to here, a number of people still eat kosher. We didn't. My father's family did. I think my mother's family did not. And I don't. But it doesn't bother me.
I'm going back to your parents. What kind of household you were Reformed? How did you celebrate, let's say, the high holidays?
With gusto. Shall we start with Pesach?
Yes.
I learned my Manneshtana. For 7 days we only ate unleavened stuff. Everything was sung. When there was music, it was sung. Yom Kippur, my parents fasted. Simchat Torah, we went to the synagogue and waved flags and rattles, and Sukkot, we built a sukkah on our balcony in the flat in Munich. We had a balcony coming out of the kitchen, which actually was sort of set back into the wall. So we only had to put string across and a cover, and voila, we just hung some fruit on it. So yeah, it was a very Jewish life, but it didn't, there was no discrepancy between being Jewish and being Bavarian. There seemed to be no problem. You could be a Bavarian Jew or a Jewish Bavarian, and those two sat quite happily side by side. My best friend for a long time was Lissy, who was not Jewish, who found me again after the war. At least 3 of my erstwhile non-Jewish classmates of the Lyceum that I went to right up until Kristallnacht, they also found me. And each one of them said to me separately on different occasions, "Thank God, Gott sei Dank du lebst noch. Thank God you're still alive." That's a very nice thing to hear. You know, it sort of gives you a completely different slant on history. I could tell you more about my non-Jewish school that I went to in due course.
Yes, we will. Could you tell me a bit about your brother, his name, and what do you remember from him?
My brother now lives in North London. His name was Hans Peter Siege, and he joined the British Army, the Pioneer Corps, and then wound up in the Tank Corps and wound up in India. And he was advised to change his name to something not so German, possibly Jewish. So he's now Hugh Peter Sinclair, only to be asked by the occasional Scot, "Oh, away, are you a Highland Scot or a Lowland Scot?" No, I'm a Jewish Scot. He came out of the army. Okay, he came to England before me because he's 4 years older than me. He came on an adult visa at the age of 18. He didn't have an easy time. He was sent off to Liverpool to be an assistant cinema projectionist in some flea pit in Liverpool. And well, then he joined the army. And then with the army he went to India, where he fell ill, which made him unfit for active work, which of course again was a sort of a blessing in disguise, because he stayed in Delhi and was worked in the office of a colonel. So he learned about office routine, and this is the sort of work he did when he came back to England. Not immediately, he again had a difficult time. Then he caught polio and recovered well enough. But of course now with old age, the weaknesses have recurred. But he started as an office boy with South American import-export minerals company, who were known to my father. There he made the introduction, and he wound up as managing director. So, I mean, I take my hat off to him.
And how was he as a child? What was your relationship with him?
We fought. But when he was asked to look after me, if we were invited someplace, he was very diligent. He wouldn't let go of my hand. But I think it wasn't easy for him because basically he was a very practical person and not academic. And I took to books, you know, and when you're a kid, that seems to be the only thing you're judged by, which was kind of unfair for him. But I didn't know it at the time. You know, I just something that seemed easy to me, I couldn't understand why it wasn't easy for anybody else. If I can do it, they can do it. It doesn't work like that.
So if you had to describe for your grandchildren about your childhood, what would you have said?
Oh, I did. I mean, you may have noticed I like talking. So, and no, I seriously believe that to try and protect your children by not telling them everything is a terrible thing, because it makes them imagine things that could be worse than reality. So I told them what it was like when they beat up my dad, which was the first intimation of serious anti-Semitism. I told them what it was like when I went to my secondary education. There were 5 Jewish girls in a class of 40. And somehow the 5 of us were in a little bunch, and the other 35 were in their rather larger circle. It didn't bother us. It kind of seemed normal. And it doesn't mean to say that I didn't talk to the others ever. But in a big class like that, what's quite interesting is you make friends with the people who sit near you. I don't know if, I mean, and there were some, particularly one girl, no, 2 girls, who tended to turn up with their BDM, their Hitler Youth uniform, and I sort of steered clear of them. One of them found me. One of them was the one who found me. Should I tell you the story?
Yes, of course.
There was an article in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, the big paper in Bavaria, in Munich, about the Kindertransport and my visit to Munich. And she read this article and rang the editor, who gave her the address of the woman who wrote the article, who rang me up and said, could she, and so on and so forth. Yes, I said, you can give her my address. Well, she didn't want to wait to write. She got onto directory inquiries, got my telephone number. Telephone rings. Is that Mrs. Green? This is in German. Yeah, I'll tell it in English. Were you the Beate Siegel? Yes. Ah, she said, I remember you were sitting in the front row by the door, and you used to go and look out for the teacher, and you used to, when he or she came, you used to dash back into the classroom and say, kommt, he's coming, he's coming. But you were so quick that you were sitting down before he actually got to the door. And she said, and I admired that because it was so courageous. And after all this, I said to her, but who are you? She said that she'd read the article. And I said, who are you? She said, I'm Johanna Schneider. Now the next bit came out without going the filter of my head. It came straight out from wherever my soul is. I said, but why are you ringing me? I thought you were a Nazi. Boom. Moment silence, then she said, how can you say that? I was so shy. I said, well, you used to turn up in your BDM uniform. Ah, she said, there was a good reason for that. I can't explain it. And then she did, if you like, I can tell you afterwards. And then I said, but you always look down on me. So I said, that's because I was tall. She said, I'm still tall. After that, the conversation.
And what was her explanation, actually?
Her explanation was that her father was a civil servant accused of anti-Hitler sentiments. And so she was making up for it. And I believe her. She's decent. She said, but ich hab die Treffen immer geschwänzt. I always played truant when it came to meetings of the Hitler Youth by saying, I have to practice my piano. She's now a professional pianist. You know, I mean, it rang true, I believe her, and we're in touch even now.
Really?
Yeah. You know, and to hear stories like that, you get a view of history where you really have to distinguish between the real bastards and those that kept quiet when they shouldn't, and those that kept quiet when perhaps they had no choice. I heard a good story also about the director of my school who had been at university with my father. Apparently in the schools, whenever Hitler made a speech, all the children had to listen to the speech. So they were all taken into the assembly hall, big hall. And we had a meeting with the 3 girls, now women, who found me. We all had lunch together. And they said, oh yes, do you remember when the Rex, the director was called the Rex, when the Rex got us all into the assembly hall, and then he had this pact with the janitor who fiddled with the radio, and it crackled and it crackled. And then the janitor would say every time, sorry, but the radio's broken. And they all clapped and went back to their classroom, never listening to Hitler's speech. So you see, you had these sort of little anti-Nazi tricks. And you had to have a director who was courageous enough to do it, and a janitor who worked with him, and the girls who didn't object or go home and denounce the director. And so this went throughout the war.
You said 3 girls that found you. You were telling me about
Yes.
one. Who are the other 2?
The other one was through the first one. This one was separate. The very first one who found me was because I was going back to Munich for a meeting. I can't remember exactly. The city laid on a memorial day, and I was invited. And I decided I wanted to visit my old school. And I wrote to the then director woman and said, can I come and visit you? And I did, and she was very nice, and she got 6th formers to show me around. And she then said, would I mind if they interviewed me, the 6th formers, for their history project or whatever? And I said, not at all. And this interview appeared in the annual report, which one of the biology teachers showed to her mother, who had not only been a pupil at that school in my class, but married to her then late husband, who became a director of the school. Yeah. So there's this sort of constant link. And she found me because of this article. She's now very ill. And through her, I was found by Ursula von Thyssen, if von Thyssen means something to you. Von Thyssen was only an old pal of Hitler's and made armaments, and then fell out with him and wound up in a concentration camp. That's a very interesting connection.
Yeah. How was it to live in Munich in the 30s?
How well did
How was it?
How was it? Normal. You know, to a kid, whatever happens is normal. Well, all right. Up until the age of 8, when Hitler came to power, up until my school life, people had a maid, and I had a nanny until I went to school. And then when I went to school, I no longer had a nanny, and I went to school, and I mixed with the children. It didn't like anywhere else.
Did you live in a Jewish area? Or
No,
where
I don't
did you
think
live
so.
in Munich?
In Bogenhausen, which was a residential area. I wouldn't call it Jewish because about what in American terms a couple of blocks down, was the Prinzregentenplatz, which had blocks of flats all around it, in one of which lived Hitler. So, I mean, hardly Jewish.
Yeah.
In fact, my youngest son, Jeremy, once asked me, "Mom, did you actually ever see Hitler?" I said, "Yes, well, he lived just down the road from us." But I saw him even closer up. I said, I was walking to school, and you get to sort of a roundabout with a central pedestrian part. And I was about to cross to that when this black car swept round the corner, and the near side front passenger seat sat Hitler. It was his car going back to...
What year was it about? How old were you about?
I must have been, 35, 36. And there I was with my plaits and my dirndl. And he looked at me and he smiled, you know, nice little Bavarian girl. And Jeremy said to me, "Mum, are you telling me that Hitler smiled at you?" And I said, "Yes." And there was a long pause while he took this in, and he said, "Did you smile back?" And I was quite indignant, and I said, "Of course not." So you're asking me, I knew who was who.
Yes.
The fact that he smiled at me was of absolutely no interest to me. It was a shitty Hitler, excuse me, but I mean, I can say, you can say things in Bavarian which are not nearly as rude as in English. Well, I mean, they are if you translate them, but they're not, you know, accepted so badly. Anyway, so yes, life seemed quite normal. I did define things with the encouragement of my parents. I mean, there was a point at which Jews were not supposed to go to, say, the opera. And a cousin had come down from Köln, I think, Cologne, to stay with us, and my mum said, "You should take her to the opera." And I did. So my parents didn't go at that point. They didn't go any longer. But she thought that it would be all right for us to go. I must have been 12 or 13 then.
Do you let her remember anything from the attacks in May 1933?
March 33.
March.
10th of March 33. I remember everything. Because I was at home with a cold. And my mum had gone out shopping. And, you know, in a block of flats, you had laundry facilities in the basement. So our maid must have been down there because I was alone in the flat. I mean, that didn't bother me. But I heard the key of the door. This was at the end of a corridor. I was at the other end, my bedroom. And I expected whoever it was that had come back to come to see if I was all right.
Yeah.
Nobody came. It's funny. And I got up. I waited for quite a while. And then I got up. And I walked out through my brother's bedroom to the corridor that led down to the front door. And my brother's bedroom door was opposite the bathroom. And outside the bathroom door, I saw my father's clothes. He used to hang his suit there. And there was his suit and his shirt, all blood-drenched. Well, what does a little girl of 8 feel? I was scared. I you know, it was as if I'd been winded. I mean, I now think in retrospect that's how I would describe it. So I walked down the corridor and my parents' bedroom was closed. And I did something I'd never done before. I knocked. And then I opened the door and I saw my father pull up his sheets so I shouldn't see his face. And he said, "Warte bis deine Mutter heimkommt. Wait till your mother comes home." Now the word Mutter was never used, it was Mutti. And the use of that language and seeing him pull up the sheet to cover the plumeau, the feather bed, to cover his face, So I don't remember walking back to bed, but I remember lying on my back on my bed, feeling nothing. You know, nothing. It's hard to explain, it's hard to recreate even in myself. And then my mother came back and the maid came back and my brother came back from school. And at that point I knew they were protecting me from knowing what had happened. They didn't want to tell me. And somehow this idea must have formed in my head, if I ever have children, I'll never do that. I'll tell them.
So they didn't tell you anything about what is happening in a way that a girl 8 years old can be told?
No, I don't think they told me. I don't think they told me. I must have found out something, but certainly no detail. What happened next was almost immediately, as soon as, if not that day, then the following day, we were driven down by friends in their car to our little house in Walchensee with our doctor. I mean, and my father was obviously very brave about it, so I knew he was all right. So the fact that they protected me from the details didn't seem to matter so much at the time. So I was 8. When I was 10, there was a polio epidemic in Munich, and my parents sent me to an aunt in Luxembourg. And it was that aunt who showed me the famous picture, which had appeared by that time in the world press. Right. And you know, the extraordinary thing happened. The extraordinary thing went on in my head. I thought that she should not have shown it to me, that it should have been my parents. So I learned from it. You learn.
So what was the crisis? When did your life change totally, your family life change?
Well, I don't think it ever did in Munich. Well, yes, no, that's maybe not quite true. In as much as you realize that you have to cope with whatever situation presents itself, that is no different from anybody else's life. I think in 2006, let's say, if you live in Africa or in any of the war-torn areas, children also have to learn to cope with whatever their situation is. I think the scariest part, of course, was Kristallnacht, 9th to 10th November. But again, we were lucky in that the family name begins with S, Siegel. And the thorough Germans do everything according to alphabetical order. So our lovely Dr. Spanier telephoned us and said, get out of Munich. They're arresting Jewish men. Now it will happen to be my father's mother's Jahrzeit, and he had already left the house. Our big synagogue had already been destroyed because Hitler wanted to make a car park in its place. But there was a prayer hall that we went to, or at least my father went to for that occasion. And we had a car by then. We had bought an Opel Olympia in 1936, Olympia. I can still remember the number plate. 2R51, 2R52. Why I should remember the car number, I don't know. And so my mum said, don't go to school. My brother was then at a college to study brewery. He had had a year of apprenticeship in a brewery owned by a Jew, Schloss Kaltenberg. And he was doing the academic side of things. But my mum said, don't go. we'll find father. So we get into the car and we drive to this prayer hall only to see a black SS chap outside. So my mother stops well short of the place, gets out, walks across, and my brother and I stay in the car. We see her talking to this guy and then leaving him going diagonally across the road in the opposite, away from us. So my brother, then aged 17, thought he'd better follow her, gets into the driving seat, never having had a driving lesson, but being a very practical chap, gets into the driving seat and slowly goes along. And when we get parallel with her, she turns and calls into the window, drive round the corner. So my brother drives round the corner, she gets in and says, he wouldn't let me in, the SS chap. Are they all in there? Will they burn the place over them? Well, we just didn't know. Well, let's go to the chambers. Let's go to the Kanzlei. In those days, there was no problem parking in town. So we go to Weinstraße number 11 and park the car right outside. By this time, you see glass everywhere. And my mum goes up and leaves my brother and me in the car and says, if anybody asks you anything, simply say, ich weiß nicht, I don't know. And so she goes up and doesn't come down for ages and ages. And then my brother says, I'd better see what's going on. Gets out of the car, says to me, if anybody asks anything, say, ich weiß nicht. That was scary. I don't remember how long I was alone in that car, but I really didn't like it. You know, but I could have got out, I could have gone upstairs, but I didn't. I stayed. And in due course, all three of them came down. Why had it taken so long? Because my father, not being able to get into the prayer hall, had gone to his office, had put through a long-distance call. In those days you had to book it, and he was waiting for it. And that was my dad. So then my mum said, well, Dr. Spanier says, perhaps we'd better get out of town. My brother at that point says, nobody in my college knows I'm Jewish. I'm going to my college. That's another story, I'll tell you about it if you like. And we decide to go to the same Schloss Kaltenberg, to the brewery where my brother had trained, was outside Munich. My mum's driving, my father's sitting in the back, I'm sitting next to my mum in front. We get to the outskirts of Munich and we see the roadblock. I'm still with my plaits. And my mother grimly said to me, smile, you know. And we get to this roadblock and I'm grinning at these guys. You know, I would have liked to spit in their face, I suppose. I'm grinning at the guys and they wave us through. Mm. My father just sits in the back, I suppose. I mean, I didn't look, I don't know what he did. And out we were. And we get to the Schloss Kaltenberg and tell them what's been going on in Munich. And then my mother said, I feel very uncomfortable. I want to leave here. We leave. My father discovers a valid passport. My father had been in England in 1937, apparently on business, or I can't remember why, but he'd been able to get a visa, come to England and go back to Germany in 1937. I mean, he could have stayed here and what nowadays would be called to seek asylum, but he didn't, he came back. But it meant he had a valid passport with which he went to the sister in Luxembourg. That was another dramatic story. He nearly didn't make it, but he did. And my mother and I went back to Munich, but we thought we'd better not go back to our flat, but to my mother's mother, who had a Hungarian passport, or rather a Yugoslav passport by then. And that was another horrible night, because some Nazis came, I can't remember how often, 2 or 3 times during the night, looking for my mother's brothers. and then for my dad. I remember just one chap who, fun enough, was not in uniform, and he had the decency to be embarrassed. And my mother sort of thought, well, I will wow them, and she spread her beautiful black hair all over the pillow. And this guy said, "Who is your man? Where's your husband?" And she said, "He's not here." You know, implying that he'd already been arrested.
Yeah.
And so this guy left. And after that, nobody else came. It was awful. Because it was more personal, and by then I was already 13, and
You understood.
no, it really wasn't very nice. And then in due course, the Gestapo rang my mother and said, either your husband comes back or we take you and your children and arrest you and your children. So my father came back. Nothing happened. In fact, after, I should have said to you, after he was taken round Munich in 1933, my mother said, "Das ist ein Wink Gottes, that is a hint from the Almighty, let's get out." And my father said, "They're never going to touch me again." And of course, both of them were right. They should have got out. You know, en famille, which of course we then, the family life was lost after 1939. But they didn't touch him again. They did get out, but not until 1940.
I want
that's another
to
story.
go back for a second to your
Right.
school. Could you tell me what was the name of your primary school and what kind of
Right.
school was it?
My primary school was a state primary school called Gebele Schule, to which I went from the age of 6 to the age of 8. After which, and I think it was because after they beat up my dad, my parents thought I should really perhaps be better off in a Jewish school. So from 1933 to 1935, I went to the Gebele Schule, and from 1935, no, I beg your pardon. Yes, from 1931 to 1933 I went to the Gebele Schule, and from 1933 to 1935 I went to the St. Anna Lyceum, which was a non-Jewish lycée. It's a lyceum, a secondary school.
So when you went to your primary school, do you remember your friends? Do you remember getting friends with other Jewish children, or you
Yes, yes. In the non-Jewish school, my friend was Butzi Balin and Lotte Schwarzschild, but particularly Lotte Schwarzschild because she left that school also when I left in 1933 and came to the Jewish school with me, and subsequently to the Lyceum, the St. Anna Lyceum with me. And I tried to find out what happened to her. And the same woman who did the interview in the newspaper was actually a professor of history. And she said, "Would you like me to find out about her?" And I said, "Yes, please." And she did all the research for me. And she said that after the war broke out, she was obliged to do forced labor just outside Munich in a hemp factory. And then in 1942, she was put on a train. And I said, "Yes." And she said, the next word next to her name is verschollen. And to me, that is the coldest word in the German language. It is almost untranslatable. The nearest thing is disappeared without trace. But it has something, to me, something bitter, something cold about it. Verschollen. And I said to this lovely Dr. Henschel, "What does it mean? What does it mean?" I can translate it, but what does it mean? She said, "Well," she said, "they were either shot as they got out of the train and into prepared trenches, but," she said, "some of them ran away into the forest, but then of course that's where they starved to death. Verschollen. I wrote a story about her, but that's another story.
So after, when you're 8 years old, you go to another school.
I go to the Jewish school.
To the how was it going to the Jewish? Did you feel relieved?
Weird.
Or did you feel that you were?
It was weird because they were
Sure.
all Orthodox, and I wasn't. And I got used to it, and I was taught how to read Hebrew, and I didn't find it difficult to study, so I took to it. So now I'm in a Jewish school. That's what we do here. I had two teachers, der dicke Kissinger und der andere Kissinger, the fat Kissinger and the other Kissinger, and they were both uncles of Henry. That's my claim to fame. And the tall one used to hit boys, and the fat one wasn't very nice either. I don't think I liked them very much, but I did what I was told. I mean, I think they quite liked me. I mean, I was obedient. I didn't find it interesting to be disobedient, like my brother.
Did you feel that the academic in your new school was less good than your old school?
I was no judge of that.
You didn't judge?
No, I was no judge of that. I was quite happy because I was learning things I didn't know, and that was all right with me. I mean, I could rattle off the Benchen prayer, like any of them. I lost it a bit now, I'm afraid. But I just took to it. No, I had no problem with that. But I could have stayed on at that school to be there after the age of 10. But I was also entitled to go to a different school at that point, which is why I had to take a test to get into the next school, like 11 plus, except it was 10.
What was the name of your secondary school?
The Sankt Anna Lyceum, St. Anne's Lycée, like the French lycée. The director of which, the Rex that I mentioned before, had been at university with my dad, and they knew each other. And I was very happy to get in. I must tell you that in my primary school, in the first year I had a lovely teacher. In the second year I had a teacher, Fräulein Fellner, who was anti-Semitic. So I didn't perceive it until I saw my mother's reaction, because we had little slates, and we were given the thing we wrote on it with, or paper, I can't remember. But I was entitled to ask the teacher, can I have a new slate pencil? And she said, can't you Jew kids get your own? And I knew I was Jewish, and I knew I was a kid, and I knew I could. And I said, yes, I thought we could. So when I came home, I said to my mum, Fräulein Fellner says, couldn't we Jew kids get our own? And she was furious. How dare she say such a thing? And I thought, well, maybe she shouldn't have said it. You know, it didn't occur to me to see it as an insult. I cannot, even today, see if anybody wanted to insult me. It would be completely lost on me. I don't perceive it.
I think we shall stop for this tape. We'll go on in the next tape. I'm conducting an interview with Bea Green. It's the 12th of June 2006, and this is the second tape. We stopped when you were telling us how it was to learn in St. Anna's Lyceum.
Yes, so I got to the St. Anna Lyceum, and Lotte Schwarzschild was there as well, so that was nice. But there I made a very good friend. I made a friend, a new friend, called Gabi Regensteiner, who also managed to escape, unlike poor Lotte Schwarzschild, who didn't. Gabi managed to get out probably late 1939 to the Dominican Republic. You know, the Germans were perfectly happy, if you can, the German authorities, let's put it like that, were perfectly happy for Jews to leave, right up until 1942. So if you could get out and you could get to the Dominican Republic, I think you could buy visas. You could get to Shanghai for 15 shillings or something like that. But America had closed its doors. Britain had allowed in nearly 10,000 children without their parents. When the Americans were asked to do the same, they said, we don't do that, it is immoral to separate parents and children. Ha ha, better they should die together. However, that was the situation. So she got out, and years later, our lovely rabbi, Dr. Beerwald, who also managed to get out and lived in New York, wrote to my parents, who managed to get out in 1940 to Peru. By the way, Gabi Regensteiner, now Gabi Roth, lives in New York, and the conversation came around, and I told her that you were now at the moment living with your parents in Peru, because I ran away from my first husband, married him by mistake. And I was living for 2 years with my parents in Peru when we had this letter from lovely Dr. Beerwald, and on my way back from Peru to London, I went via New York and we met up again. She died 2 years ago, unfortunately. But
So how did the children treat you? Actually, did
the
you
other
feel,
girls in my
yes.
class,
Did you
cordially
feel
enough. I had no personal experience of anti-Semitism. I perceived the, Johanna Schneider to be anti-Semitic only because she seemed to be turning up with this Hitler Youth uniform.
she was the only one from
No,
your
there
class?
was another Schneider whose first name I can't remember, who I think, I know this may be a funny thing to say, I think if you belong to the Hitler Youth and you were fed with all this propaganda, as a kid of 10, 11, 12, 13, you didn't have a good time adjusting to talking to Jewish girls. So they just didn't.
Okay.
I never had any personal insults. There was one girl who, presumably together with her parents, refused, Traudel, her name was, still is. Traudel refused to join the Hitler Youth, and I take my hat off to her and her parents. She was the one who had married the director of the school and whose daughter was a biology teacher. And she said to me, I feel very bad, because she was very friendly. She was friendly with two, Ruth Wilmersdorfer and Lucy Mandelbaum. She was friendly with, and she said she felt absolutely awful at not keeping in touch with them after we could no longer go to school after Kristallnacht. Because after Kristallnacht, no Jewish children were allowed to go to non-Jewish school, and most Jewish schools were burnt down. Now, it so happened that the Munich Jewish school was in between other houses, so it wasn't burnt down. But I think my parents were reluctant to send me back there. I wasn't consulted at the time, so I don't know what their reasoning was. I said to come back to Traudl. She said, my father died about that time, and I said, you should not chide yourself for not keeping in touch. You know, I mean, one of the most decent people I know, and she has some nervous disease now, and she's not well. And, you know, my heart goes out to her, and I don't know what happened to Ruth Wilmersdorf or Lucy Mandelbaum. I have a feeling that Lucy Mandelbaum may have got to Israel. Ruth Wilmersdorfer probably not. There was a Wilmersdorfer, a Hans Wilmersdorfer. I don't think it was her brother, but could have been a cousin, who came to England, called himself John Wilmers, became a lawyer, became a judge, was made a knight, so he became Sir John Wilmers, never told his children what his origin was, and they didn't discover until after he had died. Too late to ask questions. Unforgivable in my book.
So did let's say your brother come back and say about anti-Semitic experience he had at his school? What school was your brother?
He was in various schools, a Realschule, but then I don't think school ever came up very seriously in my brother's vocabulary. And so I didn't know what actually happened. I think it could have been more difficult for him. Generally for boys it was harder, but he never came home with any particular stories that I know of. At the college they did not know he was Jewish, but in fact he did. When he got to the college, all the lads said, look what we got last night, all the jewelry they'd stolen. And they said to my brother, and where's your loot? And he sort of sheepishly said, oh, I left it at home. And then decided that perhaps he'd better not stay. He knew that we'd gone to Schloss Kaltenberg. So he went there to find that an hour after we left, the Nazis came and arrested Schülein, Herr Schülein, the owner. And his wife was distraught, and my brother caught the train back to Munich and finally turned up at my grandmother's flat. So that was his experience of non-anti-Semitism impinging on him.
So when did your parents start talking to? Did your parents have any plans for the future for you? Did they talk what they were thinking of doing?
It's very curious. When I left on the train, on the Kindertransport train in Munich, and I guess when my brother left a couple of months earlier, the feeling was we'll all be together again. We never thought we wouldn't be together again as a family. That was somehow inconceivable, so it wasn't expressed. You forget that as time passes, you grow older. You don't stay a child forever. So I grew from what I was then, a little girl of 14, going on 10 by today's standards. I was a woman of 21. You know, I may have been a late developer, which I think I probably am, seeing as how I'm 81 now and feel roughly 18. Well, no, it's exaggerated. I feel 48. I got stuck at 48 in my head. But you know, suddenly I married my first husband who was not Jewish because I wanted to establish myself here. And wasn't really a good idea. But he wasn't a bad chap, he was just not, he was an architect tuned into things rather than people. So when I left him, I went to Peru, and I was then 27. I had met my parents before, I can tell you about that. But I was able to spend 2 years with them between the ages of 27 and 29. And in a curious way, almost caught up with the childhood that I'd missed out on. My brother, I think I mentioned earlier, caught polio in 1947. Was at University College Hospital, where they told him in December of 47 that he would probably never walk again. And he was rather angry at that. And again, a bit like my father, said, I'll show them who's going to walk. And of course, at that point, the other thing that you don't realize is that in order to travel and get together, you need money. Nobody had any money. I mean, what does a German lawyer do in Peru? They managed, they got by. I'll tell you what he did afterwards. But my mother borrowed money and came on this rickety cargo ship in January 1948 to visit my brother in hospital. And so I went to Liverpool to meet her off this boat. And here I was, aged 20. In 1948, I was 23, wasn't I? Yes. A woman, married woman. She saw me off the train as a kid, and here I was, a married woman. It was much harder for her than for me. She was still my mum, you know, and the 9 years of not seeing each other. It was difficult for both of us.
Okay.
I think it was difficult for both.
You mentioned before that your brother left Munich a couple of months before you.
Yes.
Could you tell me about it?
Well, my dad got this visa for him. I don't know how. I think he got it either as a student or an apprentice or something like that. And we saw him off on the train. I mean, you didn't fly. I mean, some people flew, but you know, one went by train. And so that's how he came to London. My father had a good friend who had the sense to come to London in 1933, a dentist called Hannes Schindler. And so my brother was able to stay with them. And so he had somewhere to go. And he worked at Woburn House for the CBF. And then they sent him to this job in Liverpool to be a film projectionist in this flea pit. And he lived with an English family and I think promptly fell in love with a daughter. But I think it was, I don't know if it was reciprocated, I don't know.
And how were you able to get onto the list of the Kindertransport? Did you have any relatives or connections except in London then?
What happened was that somebody from Munich, a very distant relative called Ulrich, the family Ulrich, came to London, no, came to England, and in fact came to a town called Sevenoaks, where they were greeted by the refugee committee, the head of which was a woman called Whaley Cohen, whose dad, I think, was the mayor of London at some point. And as with anybody who came to England, my parents asked, would they find somebody who could guarantee for me? Because there was a point at which you could only get on the Kindertransport, and that was not only from Czechoslovakia. It was just easier to get on the Kindertransport if you had a guarantor. And they mentioned this to an old lady called Mrs. Williams, who already had a girl from Hamburg and thought maybe she could take another girl, but she did not want to pay the £50 deposit. Now, £50 in 1939 is times 31, according to the Bank of England today. It was a hell of a lot of money. And she just didn't want to pay that. And my father was able to find the money, and it was paid in by the rather unpleasant mistress of an uncle of mine, and she said, can she pay it in 2 parts of 25, and never paid the second £25. I found this out when I was 18. I was entitled to have the money, and they said you only get 25 because that's all she paid, the silly cow.
And what did you know about England in that time?
Well, I had started learning English at school with our teacher, Herr Bassermann, who was very elegant and had taught us French before. He wore grey spats and black shoes and was very dandy, and all the girls liked him. And I took to English in a much bigger way than I ever took to French. I mean, I'm all right with French now, but I just took to English. And then when we could no longer go to school, and by the way, I've seen my school report when I visited the school, at the bottom of which it was written in red ink, ausgewiesen als Jüdin, 10th November, expelled as a Jewess, in 10th November 1938. Anyhow, so school term started in April, not as here in October. And so I had from April until November at school. And then one of the reasons I wasn't sent to the Jewish school after November 38 was because my mum found a woman in Munich who had qualifications to teach English, Jewish woman. So that's where I went with half a dozen other kids. Edgar Feuchtwanger was one of them. And he'd been a childhood friend. I mean, our nannies pushed our prams side by side. And then we both wound up in or near Winchester. And it's very nice. We're going back to Munich next year to celebrate something.
So can you describe the days before the departure? Did you...
What were the days like before the departure? Well, I was looking forward to it. To me, coming to England was an adventure. The fact that the train left at midnight was another kind of adventure, because, you know, the German authorities still thought it wasn't a good idea for the general populace to see all these kids getting on a train without their parents. So to remain awake until that time of night was an adventure. My mum had laid on not just her brother with a camera, but a few other friends to come to the station. And it was, we were not harassed or anything like that. It was just getting on a late train. It wasn't until the train pulled out of the station and I was leaning out of the window waving, and there were 2 other girls, one little one from the Jewish orphanage, and they asked me if I would look after her. She was about 7. I don't remember her name. And a big girl, bigger than me, who was nearly 17, she sort of seemed quite grown up, whose father was an opera singer called Sterneck, but I don't remember her first name either. And we were all 3 of us standing at the window, and I was leaning out, and that's when I saw my mum step behind my father and pull out her handkerchief so I shouldn't see her cry. It wasn't until then that it hit me. But
how did your parents describe the fact that you're going to live without them, actually? What did they...
Other children had done it. I guess I never marvel at... I marvel at nature. I marvel at the decency of human beings, but at actual events they happen and you deal with them.
Did your parents, let's say, equip you with something? Did you take something special from your house or from your room to go with you on the journey?
No.
Or did they bless you or tell you to act in a...
That in retrospect made me feel, even now makes me feel the impact of it. You know, if your parents put their hands on your head, and that was the last time that they did this as a child, that's the break. That's the break. And that you cannot recapture at the age of 27. So, yes, I think losing the normality of childhood like that is, if you like, an irredeemable loss. And while I don't recommend it to anybody, it does help you to understand things in life that you might otherwise not understand. That is to say, other people's losses, your own subsequent loss, like the loss of my husband, and it is a form of enrichment. In the case of my childhood, I could have done without. But it isn't entirely negative.
We're told, let's say, that in England you act differently, you should speak differently, were you giving a kind of introduction about England, how life in England is?
I thought of it as having grey roofs. I have no idea. Or I read an English novel. It was about Ireland, actually, mainly, which must have given me that idea. No, I knew nothing. I had learned enough English to misunderstand nearly everything. You know, you have an idea that you think you know and you don't actually. So well, if you like, I can describe the arrival in, well, I don't know if you want me to describe
I just want to know, before you describe the arrival to England, a bit about the journey. Did you know anyone else except the two girls that you were talking?
Yes, and I didn't know them. I mean, we got to know each other. I knew nobody.
You knew nobody.
And that was the first lesson in learning to be alone. Again, something I don't recommend. I mean, it's, if you came without a sponsor, like a lot of kids, you usually came in a group, either with other family members or with other kids from the same school, and you stayed with them even on arrival in England. That didn't happen to me. I was woomph, like being thrown in at the deep end. I think the most remarkable thing about the journey was crossing into Holland. I think you can ask any kindertransport child, almost any age, and if they were very small, they would remember very little. I would say nearly all of them remember these fabulous Dutch women. They all seemed to be very big, and they were clearly not Jewish. Why clearly not Jewish was they didn't say anything that made them seem Jewish. But they came onto our train with orange juice and white bread and butter. I can taste it to this day. It was just fantastic. I mean, why were these women so nice? They don't know us. And, you know, it was quite stressful to get out of Germany because these German guys came and my mother had hidden 10 marks in a sandwich wrapped in what would be, it was gutta percha, it was sort of the equivalent of plastic today, so I could still eat the sandwich. And I thought they're going to find it and they're going, you know, whatever. But it didn't bother me with my sandwich. It didn't bother me at all. But it was not so much scary as very tense. So when the train finally got to Holland, it was like everything went like this. And you don't know that you were tense until you're relieved. It was amazing. It was just amazing. And then there were these lovely Dutch women and this lovely orange juice and the white bread and butter and you know, I can still remember how it felt. And then from then, well, I must explain, having started in Munich at midnight, we actually only went as far as Frankfurt. And then we were bedded down, and then we were all, it must have been a collecting point. I mean, nobody explained anything. We were just put onto sort of straw things on the floor and woken next morning and got onto the train. I still had the little girl with me, but I don't know what happened to the Sterne girl. All I remember was a conversation on the Munich bit, and she was boasting that the family she was going to had already said that she could call them mummy and daddy. But I said, you've got a mummy and daddy, why would you call someone else mummy and daddy? It didn't appeal to me at all. So I don't think we took to each other. And the little girl went very quiet and didn't want to talk. I was alone.
You didn't make any other special friend or communicate?
Yes, I communicated when we got off the train onto the ship on the Hook van Holland. There was a girl about my size who was crying for her mum. And I put my arm round her and I said, you'll see her again soon. And you know, years later, when we had our first Kindertransport reunion in 89, there was a woman who cried her eyes out, waiting to go into the hall where we were all to meet. She was standing in the queue crying, and I put my arm around her and I said, it's all right now. I mean, you know, there are moments when something hits you. It makes me want to cry now thinking of her. And you never know what the trigger is. You just don't know what the trigger is. For her, it was waiting in a queue. It must have reminded her of some other queue with her mum or whatever.
Are you today in any personal contacts with anyone that went with you on the train?
No.
No.
No, I was my own little unit, and you know, I had to survive. I couldn't cling to anybody. Maybe it's not my temperament, I don't know. And except for that one girl that I comforted, who then sort of stuck around for a bit, but I never found out her name. And when no, I tell you what disappointed me was coming from Munich, which is bang in the middle of Central Europe, well, more or less, southern Central Europe. I wanted to see the sea. So when we arrived in the Hook by train, it was dark, and all I could see was the boat that we went on and a little bit of water lapping. I wanted to see the sea, but we were in a harbour. And then we were all put into cabins, and by the time we came up from the cabins, we were in the harbour in Harwich. And I'd never seen the sea, and I was disappointed. That's all I could think of.
And what was your first impression when you arrived to England? You went out and you saw England.
In Harwich, we had to collect our luggage. Now my mum, you know, officially we were allowed one little suitcase. Well, my mother said two things. Nobody mentions a sack. nobody,
Just a second. We went on? Okay.
nobody mentions a sack, nobody mentions luggage in advance. So here I was, with all these kids with one suitcase. I had 3 suitcases, a sack, and my hand luggage, and my accordion. And adults seem to have no inhibition stealing from children. And I couldn't see 3 of my suitcases, the one's luggage in advance, with the other suitcases. And I went up to a very tall man. I was a bit short. I still am short. And I said, I have some more suitcases. Where are they? Well, there's some over there. And I went into a separate hall, and there, all by themselves, stood my 3 suitcases. So I retrieved those. And so that's how I arrived in London.
And who met you in the station?
Well, we were all herded into a sort of, it looked like a gym, you know, with the sort of gym benches that we were sitting on. And we were called in alphabetical order. And S, again, is rather far down, and everybody seemed to have gone, and there was nobody here for me. And finally they called my name, Maria Beat Seigel. Of course I didn't respond at first. Maria Beat Seigel. So I suddenly thought, Maria Beate Siegel, okay, that's me. So I leapt to my feet, and here was this, but I guess she wasn't all that old, middle-aged lady in a lilac suit, who was in fact the daughter of the old lady, the maiden lady daughter of old Mrs. Williams, Estelle Williams, who, when I leapt up and I went up to her, and she said, how do you do? And I said, yes. What do I know about how do you do? They didn't teach us about how do you do. So then she had come in the chauffeur-driven car. I mean, I landed up in this sort of lap of luxury. So they got my luggage together and put this in this big car, chauffeur, cab and all. And we drove to some posh flat in central London. And stayed there a couple of nights, I think it was, because the woman, Miss Williams, worked at some charitable work at a clinic in the East End of London. And she took me there the next day. And there was her sister-in-law, who claimed to speak some German, which of course I couldn't understand because she didn't really speak German. But it was an interesting experience. And then we got back in the next day. Oh yes, no, another marvelous misunderstanding. We sat in this huge living room, and Miss Williams asked me if I needed the loo. And I thought she asked me to shut the door, and I said, oh yes, and leapt to my feet, and she thought it was too late, and she leapt to her feet, and so we sorted that one out. The first meal I had, I remember, was Irish stew, which I thought was disgusting.
Disgusting, okay.
Wet meat, you know, liquid stuff. So I didn't like that. And then we drove down to Mrs. Williams, who lived in Braested Hall, near Sevenoaks, Kent. And this was a drive-in with a fountain in the middle, and one of those drives-in, and then steps up with pillars. And I was taken in, and there she was, no taller than me, which was rather nice. And she kissed me on one cheek and said, how are you, dear? Or something quite, I can't remember the details. I mean, she was nice and friendly, but there was no hugging. No hugging. I mean, for years, no hugging. Verboten. You know, you don't hug. Anyway, and then the other girl from Hamburg who'd been there for a couple of weeks came down. Now, the German in Hamburg is not the same as the German in Munich. Among friends in Munich, you use the Latin greeting servus. Servus. So I said servus to her, and she didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Dear little M. Her name is Margot Alsberg, and she lives in the United States of America, in Illinois, I think. Can't remember. And I guess it was nice for us to have each other. Her approach to learning English wasn't quite the same as mine. I realized after day 2 or 3 that I needed to speak the language. And the German sentence, which is still in my head, ich werde diese Sprache bemeistern. I shall master this language. Well, I think I haven't done badly. And I desperately wanted to go to school. Now, I think all children should be forbidden to go to school for a year, and then you'd have eager pupils. I was dying to go to school. Now I'm talking about first day of July. I arrived on the 29th of June, then had a couple of nights in London, so it must have been the 1st or 2nd of July that the question of school came up. And old Mrs. Williams said, well, it's nearly the end of term, we won't bother. And I don't know whether I actually went down on my knees, but I must have done the nearest. So please, please let me go to school. Please let me go to school. And so they arranged it.
So where did they arrange it?
So we were day girls.
You and the other girl?
Margot.
Margot.
And I were day girls at the school in Sevenoaks. And we were driven there by the same chauffeur-driven car, same driver, and picked up in the afternoon.
What year were you then? What year were you in the school?
I don't remember, but they thought they would put me with a year younger than I should have been, so with the 13-year-olds, and then found that that was useless. So they put me up one, but little M, we called Margot little M because she was even shorter than me, older but shorter. So little M stayed in the class below, and I went in the class up. And I realized if I worked, I don't think I ever worked very hard in Munich at schoolwork, but I realized that if I actually worked very hard, it wasn't all that difficult. So it was supposed to be a school for girls, but there were boys as well. So this boy and I, we had fortnightly marks. So he and I were top every other fortnight. And, you know, to me that was quite fun. It was all right. I mean, I can't take any credit for it because, you know, either you're given whatever, and I just made use of it.
You did master the language then very, very quickly.
Yes.
If you were able to...
Yes, they read out my essays. And I thought, you know, I didn't believe it was because they were good. I thought they wanted to humor me. You know, give her a chance, poor girl.
And did you feel different being German in a very English school?
Yes. Well, I was, you know. I mean, even now, I was brought up to be English. Well, what happened was, how I came to be as English as I am, is because old Mrs. Williams died in January after we got here. So her oldest son, a retired colonel, and his sort of aristocratic Scottish wife took over little M and me. And they lived in Itchen Abbas house near Winchester. And that was at a time when we could still write, although war had started. No, wait a minute. Yes, war had started. War had started? Yes. By 1940. We were able to write 25-word messages, I think, through Switzerland. And I remember my mum writing to say, why are you only ever near somewhere? Why are you not in a place? First Bracelet Hall near Sevenoaks and then Itchen Abbas house near Winchester. Anyhow, well, and there I was terrified of dogs, but they had 6 dogs, 4 in the stables and 2 in the house, so I got used to dogs. Then I was spent holiday. We then became boarders, little Em and I, and spent our holidays in Echenabas. And there I was taught how to train gun dogs and how to dry fly fish on the river Itchin, and not awfully useful, I can tell you. But at the time it was all right.
What sort of children studied with you? What kind of backgrounds did they come from?
From school?
Yes.
My school in Munich?
No, your school now in England.
Oh, in England. I thought school was very strange. I had a sneaking feeling that the Germans were more cultivated than the Brits. That at school we had a thing called general knowledge, which I thought was the sort of thing you did at home, not at school. I learned my history was the period from 1832 to 1914. So I learned about Queen Victoria and that sort of stuff. And what was actually interesting was, come September war started in 1939, and come 1940, I was a boarder, and we had a bomb drop next to the school and blow the roof off and all the windows in. And I mean, injuries were only superficial because we were all sitting there knitting, and the headmaster shouted, "Get on the ground," and the girl next to me decided the same spot, and I thought, oh good, if the house comes down, it'll come down on her first and I live. I was ashamed subsequently of thinking that, but it's amazing, if you're honest with yourself, how, the need to live, survival instinct. Well, the house didn't come down and we remained good friends. And then the headmaster shouted, "Get into the cellar," where the younger children were already in bed, and there was one who had hysterics. And again, I went over to her, I said, "It's all right, Joe, it's all right, Joe, we're all right," little realizing I was streaming with blood. Because as we walked across the corridor to go down the stairs, another bomb fell outside the glass front door, and whoosh, glass came all over the building. You don't feel it. You're busy going downstairs. So I was must have looked quite awful. And looking as awful as I did and saying to this poor girl, it was actually green in the face, "We're all right, everything's all right," when I clearly wasn't all right. It must have been difficult for her. So then we were evacuated to Wales, to a farmhouse called Mathrawel. And there again, the actual train journey to Wales was frightening, because we had to, it was an all-day journey, the blinds were drawn and the light was dim. But through every town that we went, there was an air raid. And having been bombed, that then becomes scary. So anyhow, we arrived and we got to this house, which was very, very old. And we had this very sensible headmistress with us, and a matron who wasn't very useful. And everybody decided that the house was haunted. I don't believe in it, but it was a bit weird. It was weird. Didn't have nice vibes. So the headmistress found a very modern house in another village where we had to sleep 3 to a double bed, and we didn't have the sense to sleep end on. So if you slept on the outside, you always had the thing pulled away, blanket pulled away from you. And if you slept in the middle, you never had a proper cover, because it just, didn't so it wasn't very good. So then she found another place called Bringualia Hall, which was a big, very nice building, completely empty. And by this time it was winter, and it was very cold, and we had to sleep on the floor. It was tough. But then in due course, a local carpenter made beds, and we got some bedding. And all the time I was a member of the Girl Guides, and I did what I was told.
What is the Girl Guides?
Is like the girl equivalent of the Boy Scouts.
Oh, like the Scouts. Okay.
And I had my blue uniform, and they made me company leader of the 3 girls. I don't know why, but there. And they said it would be a good idea to skip 100 times backwards before breakfast every morning. So every morning I skipped backwards 100 times. And if we could contribute something to the war funds, that would also be welcome. So I thought, how can I do that? And I walked into the woods. We had no teacher, so I'll come back to that, except the headmistress who could only teach us French and geometry. And everything else we did by books, which is how I learned to study, which was fine. But it also meant I had free time. So I went into the woods and collected bluebells and took them down in my school uniform. Headmistress agreed for me to do this. And stood at the roadside, hoping to sell bunches of bluebells to passing traffic. Passing traffic consisted of a car an hour, roughly. I mean, there wasn't any traffic, but I still managed over a month probably to collect 2 shillings and 6pence. Not a lot of money now, but then. And I got a postal order and I sent it off to them. And the other thing I learned was, again, it was a lesson in independence. Everything in my life somehow had to do with independence. I was walking along, maybe on the way to pick bluebells, because I was on that road, when I heard a little lamb bleat. This is all springtime. And I looked over the fence, and there was this little wet lamb, all by itself, no ewe, no mum. So I climbed over the fence and picked it up, and the farmhouse was way over across 2 fields. So I carried this little lamb across 2 fields to the farmer, and I said I found this little lamb without its mother. And they thanked me, and I walked back to school, and it seemed quite normal. I mean, you know, thinking back now, I thought it wasn't bad. I was quite pleased with myself in retrospect. At the time, it seemed the most normal thing to do. So, you know, I did my things under my own initiative, I suppose.
And with who did you socialize especially? Who were your best friends there?
What is interesting is that I think what I've just said about myself is not unique. I think we were all little islands.
Really?
There was a girl called Nellie Preminger with her brother Erwin, and I think their uncle was the famous Otto. So they probably wound up there. I've not been able to trace them. Then there was Ursula, who fell on top of me, and I know she went to the United States. Then there was another girl whose name I don't remember, from Austria, whose mother actually came and became our matron. So there were the 2 of them, I mean mother and daughter. And then there was a girl called Eva Pintus, and she and I were put together by the headmistress to cycle here or there in Wales, in where we were, to go to a reverend's house, a vicar, who had a cow or something. Anyhow, he got butter for us, extra butter for the school. And he once said, our cat is going to have kittens. We will keep one of them and call it after one of you. At that point, I was still Beate. So it was either going to be Eva or Beate, and fortunately, Eva won. I couldn't see a Welsh vicar's kitten being called Beate. It's a bit too bizarre.
Too much.
It was a bit too much. So it's called Eva instead. I did trace Eva. I have traced Eva. Eva said to me one day, back then, I'm going to convert to Protestantism. And I remember I was shocked, and I said, why? And she said something like, because of the headmistress. Well, what I discovered when I met up with her years later, we are in sporadic contact now. Her father had died before she left. I mean, not due to Hitler, as far as I could see, but before she left Germany from Berlin, her mother and her grandmother had stuck together. It seemed to her against her, and she was so angry she converted to Catholicism with a school friend in Berlin. And you know the English snobbery about Catholics. And so the Protestant headmistress says, you can't possibly be a Catholic, Eva, it's not, you can't do that. So she became Church of England. Some years later she fell out with the Church of England, and she is now a Quaker. And she is the Quaker counselor to Leeds University now.
So let's go back. How did Wales look to you?
I loved Wales. Now, since you asked me about how I felt with my English friends, in Wales, I was in Wales for longer than in my school because my university was evacuated to Wales. I found that Welsh people, discovering that I wasn't English, was immediately a friend. You see, they were happy because they, you know, there's again snobbery between the two. So I was very happy in Wales I felt comfortable. I was in the country, I was comfortable in the country. Again, I was trusted by the headmistress because once a week we had to go to Oswestry to do ordering of foodstuffs to be delivered, and it was always me that was allowed to go by bus, and I was given 1 shilling and 6pence to buy myself some lunch with and then come back by bus. And it seemed to me quite normal that that should be me. I never asked why me, why not the others. I don't know. And then I was comfortable too because there was no war. I mean, the war was nowhere. So it was again really a normal life. Part of the job of the big girls, of which I was one, was to teach the little ones. As I said, there were 12 of us. So I don't know how or what I taught, but I certainly was put in charge of some lessons for the younger children. And then all household duties were shared. But since everybody liked my cooking, I was nearly always the cook. And the reason I was good at cooking...
Did you cook for German things, or did you...
No, English. The reason I was good at cooking was because instead of sending me to the Jewish school and to these English lessons, there was a Jewish restaurant which had not been destroyed during Kristallnacht, which was also a cookery school. Minimum age 16. My mum put me into long overalls, said I was 16, and I learned to cook for a restaurant. And I was put in charge of the desserts. No, but it's lovely. And I learned how to cook for a lot of people and didn't bother me.
But did you feel different from the other children, let's say, when you had...
Once we were evacuated, you mean?
Yes.
Well, no, in a way, no, not then, because we were in the same evacuation boat, you know, because they were away from their home grounds.
Was there any war chauvinism of any kind?
Any what?
War chauvinism. Did they say something about you being German?
No.
No.
No. I think we probably, you see, the bigger children were all German Jewish girls. So they were the little ones. There was a red-haired boy called William. And he was fun, but he was probably our age. No, he just took it in his stride, so we took him in our stride. No, it was actually quite a nice experience, evacuation for
And
us.
and did you do something Jewish? Were you?
Well, what happened was the Board of Deputies had, I think, arranged that we should be catered for regarding Jewish education. And it was all done by post. It was totally boring. It was extraordinarily boring.
What do you mean then by post? You got some kind of books?
Maybe stuff that they asked us to read and answer questions on. Had nothing to do with the Jewish life I knew from Munich. There was no fun. It was a bit pompous. Oh, while I was still in Sevenoaks at school, they sent a father and his son, Jewish father and his son, to presumably to do good works with these poor refugees. And they read a bit of the Old Testament to us. And we remembered the son saying, and the people were overwhelmed. We called him overwhelmed because you pronounced the H before the W, and he made sure that we knew that that is what he did. They were so pompous and so patronizing. I've had a problem with English Jews ever since, forgive me, but I married one of them and I made an exception. And he said, well, he had a problem with German Jews, but he was quite prepared to make an exception with me.
So, till when are you in contact with your family? When were you in contact?
Well, of course, the connection through Switzerland stopped, probably in 1940.
Before it stopped?
No, even before.
Just before it stopped, what did your parents write to you? What did they tell you?
Right. One letter I do not have, but seem to remember. Well, one letter I have is one my mum wrote to my brother, and he gave it to me, in which she said, last night we saw Bobby, I was called Bobby at home. We saw Bobby off at the station. It was difficult to say goodbye to her, but on the other hand, I found it easier than saying goodbye to you. And when I first read this, I was quite indignant. What she mean was easier? But I now realize it's because she knew I could cope. And I think it must have been much harder for my brother to come at the age of 18 as an adult. To what? Question mark. I was going somewhere. I was going to a place. So it's okay. I've forgiven her for it. So that's one letter I have seen. One letter I think my mother wrote in May of 1940. And how we got it, I don't know. But she said something about the possibility of, after all, going to Peru. But then that, I heard no more. That, I think, was the last thing we heard.
We shall stop here because the tape is finishing. We shall stop here because the tape is finishing.
All right.
And we shall go back on the third one. We're conducting an interview with Bea Green. It's the 12th of June 2006, and this is the third tape. You were talking about the contacts with the family, the letters your mother wrote to you, and started telling us about what you wrote in your letters.
I can't remember a lot, except that I did tell them what it was like in the house of the old Mrs. Williams, to the point that they were actually encouraged to telephone one day. My father managed, this was before war broke out, and I just remember him obviously trying to speak English to old Mrs. Williams, who kept on saying, "I can't catch you, I can't catch you." And he, of course, wasn't running away, but he didn't understand the phrase. So she put him onto me, and it was a little bit inhibiting to have old Mrs. Williams there, but it was lovely to hear my father's and mother's voice. So I spoke to them. I must have told them about school. I don't remember my letters. I believe my mother kept them, but I think she may have given them to me, and I found them deeply embarrassing and probably threw them away. You don't identify with yourself aged 14, 15. You know, what was I saying? One letter I remember writing, and that was very important to me, was when we were evacuated to Wales, and one of my uncles and his wife and family had got to Los Angeles, and they had suggested to my parents, who had already fled by then, that I should come and stay with them, that they would give me an affidavit so I could come to the United States. And my parents wrote to me and said, "Uncle Sigmund and Tante Lily would like to have you in Los Angeles." And I wrote back, aged 16, "Please, please do not ask me to leave England. As long as I'm in this country, I shall be learning something." I haven't stopped yet. I'm learning wood carving now.
Did it ever cross your mind, let's say, what would have happened if the Nazis conquered Britain?
Well, yes, because there was a bad time in 1940, 1941, and I was in Itchen Abbas with my guardians offered us the title of auntie and uncle. So it was Uncle Ainsley and Auntie Hilda. And Uncle went out to shoot a rabbit or a bird because, you know, there was rationing. And we were coming back, and he had sort of hooked his gun over his arm at an angle, so it wasn't pointing at anything. When overhead, we were on the road from London to Portsmouth, which was a port. There was quite low-flying aircraft, and it had the German markings underneath. And I remember saying to Uncle, "Shoot him, Uncle, shoot him." But of course it would have been pellets, it wouldn't have done any good. And I remember also not exactly asking him if he would hide me or protect me if the Germans came, but I was aware of the danger that there might be a German invasion, and that I was entirely in their hands. But I think I trusted them.
And what was your relationships with them? Was it...
Well, they were very English, you see, even though she was Scottish. I think they liked me. I mean, they liked me in the sense that I think Auntie wanted me to marry their oldest. They had two sons, their older son. Their younger son was engaged, but he was then killed in the Air Force. And I think she rather had hopes that I might be the saving grace of the older son, who was actually an alcoholic, very nice man. But when I got to be old enough to seriously consider that. I think he had it in mind too. I knew I couldn't cope with somebody who drank too much. So what was their attitude to me? I think they were benevolent. I think the old lady had left some money for my education because they sent me to university and paid for it. I could talk more readily to Uncle Ainsley because, you know, during the war we had double summer time, so it didn't get dark until 11. And after dinner we'd go out fishing in the River Itchen. I carried the net and he did the fishing. And I remember once coming back, I asked him, Uncle, how do you distinguish right from wrong? I mean, I could actually have a proper conversation, and he was quite proud of that. And he used to read poetry to me. I think maybe his intentions weren't entirely honourable, always, but that was all right because I could cope with that. Auntie trusted me, and that was nice.
What do you mean by trusting you?
She could talk to me about her son's drinking problems. But she was not very accessible either. And when her son was killed, they asked for me to come.
When was that?
In 1941. They asked for me to come. And again, nobody told anybody anything. I thought I would have to spend my holidays back at boarding school. By this time, little Em wasn't allowed to live in the restricted area of Kent because she was over 16 and she was considered an enemy alien, and I hadn't got there yet. And they asked me to, and the headmistress said, pack your suitcase, your uncle is coming to pick you up. Your guardian is coming to pick you up. And then I stayed with them for 6 weeks. And Auntie would disappear from time to time, and Uncle would say, would you like to look? It was a huge garden. She may be at the other end of the garden. Go and talk to her, sit with her. So this, maybe, I mean, I obviously wasn't a substitute for the son, but I was there.
From what was he killed?
He was in the Air Force in Malta and killed. So a very curious relationship. I can't work it out backwards. I just lived through it. Is it too soon to get on to my first husband when I was 21?
I just want before that till when are you in contact? Till when do you hear from your brother?
And when did I hear from my parents also, finally? My brother wrote to me from Liverpool and then said he'd saved up enough money for the fair, and he came to visit me in Braisted still. And subsequently he was able to... No, he never came to Itchen Abbas. Later he came to Sevenoaks when I was at boarding school. So he visited me twice when I was at school and once when I was at university before he went to India. But we wrote to each other quite frequently. Very nice letters. We had a very, very nice relationship then. You know, it was sort of past childhood fighting, past juvenile awkwardnesses. It was lovely. It was very nice.
Did you talk about in that time? Did you talk about your parents or about when they're coming? Or
my brother was in the army when he received a letter from the dentist I mentioned earlier, Dr. Schindler, the old acquaintance of my father, who had received a telegram in September of 1940, from Irkutsk in Siberia. And the telegram said, traveling to Peru, beg to inform children, reply poste restante, Kobe, Japan. They received this telegram because, of course, my parents knew their address. They didn't know where my brother and I were. And they sent it to my brother, who was by this time in the army in Kettering. And he sent it to me in Wales, in Bryngwaliau Hall. That was the third big place we were in. And that was wonderful. I mean, you know, if I say wonderful, it actually means I haven't got the right words for it. I burst into tears. I couldn't believe it. I mean, once before, when I had, as it were, contact with my father, was the picture, the famous picture had appeared in Picture Post earlier that year. And it had come to my notice, and I was very upset because at that point I didn't know where my parents were. And so the next time I actually get this telegram, I knew they were safe. It was wonderful. It was just
How did you
wonderful.
know, actually? Did you listen there to the BBC? How did you know?
No. No, at school I didn't know anything. There was a war on, and we knew about Dunkirk, because actually at that time, or just after, I was in Echenabers, and I asked Uncle, how's the war going? And he said, not well. And that I credit him for.
He told you the truth.
Because he told me the truth. And I think that's probably what gave me confidence that he would protect me, should they actually land. So now I knew that my parents were safe, and then my mother kept a diary of the journey through the Soviet Union, Manchuria, China to Japan, and then on a ship. And because the Germans allowed Jews to exchange their money for dollars or whatever at a highly inflated rate, in their interest, of course. But my father at the time, he explained later, said, I'm not going to leave any money here. So he exchanged everything, which allowed them to travel first class on the Japanese ship from Kobe to Peru. And my mum kept a diary, and she actually said, when they were anchored outside the San Francisco harbor, this beautiful bridge, and that's the Golden Gate Bridge. And if I stand at a certain window in my son's house today, I can see the same bridge. And I just think, you know, history.
And how did their life go on in Peru? What did they do for a living?
Very difficult at first. I mean, they had relatives there, but their houses were full with their own families. And they were taken in, the Jewish community had a sort of an intake house where they stayed for a while. And my mother did cooking for other people and earned money almost as a domestic, or looked after children, or taught them German or English. It was hard. Then somebody offered my father a job in a Peruvian solicitor's office, and he said, I can't work there, it's corrupt. Just couldn't do that. And then somebody had a bookshop, and because my father was a scholar, and a Hebrew scholar, and a German scholar, and a lawyer, they said, well, you know, bookshop, just a place for him. And his story is, I don't know how true it is, he read all the books and didn't sell any, and so that wasn't much good either. I can't see my father selling anything. They just couldn't do that. So then the German Jewish community decided, there were 200 families, it would be nice to have a rabbi. And because he had been a Hebrew scholar and a friend of our lovely Dr. Beerwald, and he was really knowledgeable. They approached him and said, "Would you like to be our acting rabbi?" So he said, "Right, yes."
Oh, really?
So when I ran away from the guy that I married by mistake, I found myself the daughter of the rabbi. I mean, ridiculous. But there I was.
And they stayed there?
They stayed there. My father, okay, so they were living very modestly in this quinta, which is sort of like a row of houses either side of a sort of a paved long, if you like to call it, a courtyard corridor, and you went into a house, which again was like a bit of like a railway, where you had a corridor running alongside rooms off it, and a roof on stilts. It never rained in Lima. I think it does now, but the climate was different. And so you could actually see the sky out through this raised roof. But of course the rooms were covered. And at the end there was a little courtyard where there was the kitchen and a room where you had a maid. My parents had a maid. Aurora, her name was, who lived there. And that was how they lived. And so one of the rooms was my father's office, because after 1950, I think, he was readmitted to the bar in the whole of Germany, not just Bavaria. So he could then represent clients in their restitution or compensation cases in Germany. So my parents would then come every other year through London to Germany.
But it must have been very difficult for them to culturally adjusting to Peru from Germany.
Right. Well, in Lima, there was this quite strong German Jewish community. So that is what was that was their mainstay. And all their friends, nearly all their friends, came from that community. Then there was the more orthodox, mainly Polish Jewish community. But interestingly enough, unlike in Germany, where the German Jews, I understand, I never had any experience of it, didn't mix much with their Polish brethren. In Lima, this was quite different. Kids married each other, festivals were celebrated together. They each had their own synagogues, please note, but festivities were together. During my stay there was a country club, Jewish country club. I mean, a splendid affair. Everybody went. And so, they didn't know a lot of Peruvians, that is true. It was me, when I got there, it took me 6 months to make friends, of which half were Jewish and half were Peruvian non-Jewish. So maybe the next generation, the generation after. There was a Jewish school at which I taught. I started teaching at the American school, and then...
That is after your first divorce?
Well, no, I didn't divorce until I come back. I mean, I left my future ex-husband, so to speak, on a trial separation. You know, you don't think immediately of divorce. I mean, you didn't think of divorce in the 1950s that readily as one does today. So it had been an unfruitful marriage in every respect. I had umpteen miscarriages. I realized that the man I had married wasn't the sort of man I not only was looking for, but the sort of man I needed. So, but I didn't really spell it out to myself. So I thought it would be a good idea if we had a trial separation. I'd saved enough money to take myself on a cargo boat to Peru.
I'm going back to your father as a rabbi in Peru. What congregation, what was...
Reform.
reform? What was the name of the synagogue? Or there was.
They had taken over a Presbyterian chapel, I think, as for the building. But permanently, it never it had ceased to be a Presbyterian chapel. Men and women sat together for the simple reason that there wasn't an upstairs, and they weren't going to cordon them off at the back either. So that's how that sort of developed out of necessity, perhaps more than anything.
Did he like his role as a rabbi? Did he feel comfortable with it?
Yes. He was very proud of his short sermons. A bit like me writing about 3 generations in under 1,000 words. You know, it's you get to the point and that's it. And when he acted both as a lawyer and as a rabbi. And you could ask how come that he came over here. Well, he said, this is his story, I gave orders that nobody was to get married or have a bar mitzvah or to die during my absence. And it worked. So that's how I managed both jobs.
Let's go back to you. How did your life carry on? You went to university?
Right. Well, having taken whatever, it was called school certificate in those days.
Like the
then
A-level?
O-levels now, O and A. They're called O and A levels now. Yeah. What happened then was you could also take an exam called matriculation, which enabled you to go to university. But if you got good enough grades in your school certificate, then you were exempt from the next high up exam. And with that, I passed with enough credits and distinctions in my O-levels to be exempt from the next exam and entitled to go to university, provided I did the year during which you had to do intermediate, which was another 3 subjects. So I did this exam in 1941 and got good enough grades and went back to school, and I didn't know what for because they did not teach you, they didn't have teachers for the higher school certificate. And I really didn't know what I was going back for. And when I got back, I was informed. I mean, nobody asked me anything. Everything was arranged. I got there and the headmistress informed me that she had enrolled me in a secretarial college, that I would live in the school but go to the secretarial college. So I learned shorthand and typing and bookkeeping and business routine. I learned shorthand, but I could never read it back. I was very good at typing. Bookkeeping, I was all right. Business routine, I didn't understand. I mean, I did it, but it wasn't anything that really interested me. So at the end of that year, I was at school. Oh, that was right. We're now talking about March 1942. And I had flu. And the headmistress's husband came to the dormitory and said, I have now, oh no, before that, the long vacation before that, the summer holidays before that, that's to say 41, I was in Itchenapis. I came up to London to go back to school, and as I got out of the taxi, Uncle, we went from one station to the other station where I had to catch a train to Sevenoaks. Uncle was also coming up, and he said to me, by the way, would you like to go to university? And I said, yes, please, and got out of the taxi. End of conversation. Fast forward to March. Headmistress's husband comes and says, I've now heard from the 3 universities to whom I wrote on your behalf, according to your guardian's instructions, and they will accept you, and I will tell you who they are. Oxford will take you, but not yet, you are too young, you have to wait a year. Reading will take you next October, or University College London will take you next October. I knew I didn't want to wait a year. What was I going to do? I'd never heard of Reading. I'd heard of London University. I said, I'll go to London University, University College London. That's how I got to University College London. Except that when I got there, the tutor to women students, and we were again evacuated to Wales, to Aberystwyth this time, she had a hat. And she said, Miss Siegel, I seem not to have your matric results for Latin. I said, right. Why not? I said, I've never done Latin. She said, oh dear, it's one of the requirements. You'd better do it in December then. This was October. Never done Latin. Panic. I wrote to Uncle, my guardian, would you pay for private lessons? I have to take this matric in Latin. And he very sweetly agreed. And I think 3 times a week I went to this wonderful woman, and I learned everything by heart. Everything. My head was Latin. It came out of my ears, out of my mouth, out of everywhere. And I passed my matric in December, so that was.
So what did you study in the university? What were the subjects?
Well, the first year for my inter, I did German, French, Latin, and English. It was going to be modern languages, right? Then I went on to honours German with French subsidiary. And that's my degree. I have to say that at that stage, my passive knowledge of German was good, perhaps nearly very good. My active knowledge of German was not good. I did not know how to speak German. I hadn't spoken German. I just didn't know how to speak German. So I found myself, to come back to Peru, having to learn to speak German in Peru.
In Peru?
Yes, because my parents spoke German. I think at the beginning I spoke English. When my mother, maybe I can come back to when I picked up my mum in 1948 from Liverpool. We had 5 hours on the train, Liverpool-London, which was a wonderful bit of linguistic and emotional no man's land, where we could try and find each other. My mother spoke German, I spoke English, we understood each other. We didn't bother 2 hoots about other people in the same compartment. But it was 5 hours during which we got together, which of course helped me in 1952 when I came to Peru. My father came also. I had absolutely no problem with reconnecting with my father in 1951 when he came for the first time to Germany via London. Interesting, but I guess I just picked it up again. So yes, those were my studies.
I'm going back to the university times. How was it to live in London in that time after the war?
Well, I had 2 years in Aberystwyth, 42 to 44. And then they decided to bring us all back, because different parts of University College London were in different parts of the country. And we all came back to London in 44 in time for the flying bombs. So I enjoyed that in London. I mean, I escaped. But again, we had a bomb very near us and glass flying all over the place. That time I only put my 1 foot into a slipper full of glass, so that was the only bit that got cut then, not serious. In Aberystwyth already, there were hardly any men students, of course, because they were all in the army. They were either medically unfit or conscientious objectors or something. But there was one chap who had been in the British Army and literally shot himself in the foot, so he was limping. So he came back as a student, and he was actually a Nazi, an English Nazi, who'd been in Germany and been all in favor of the Nazis. And he'd say to me, You're all right, it's all the other Jews. And I remember sitting on the beach in Aberystwyth crying my eyes out. How could that be? Stan Price, his name was. Stan Price. I think he changed his mind, but he never said anything.
Who were your best friends? With who did you socialize? Did you socialize with other Germans especially, or other
No.
refugees?
Oh yes, one. My dear lovely friend Celia Sharp, known as BC, who we were the two youngest, and she was instrumental in getting me out of university accommodation to live where she was living, which was with Professor Terry and his wife. So I was with a private family, which was actually lovely for me, because Mrs. Terry was in a way more of a mother than Auntie had ever been to me. Auntie had left laundry, that's my business. Lovely, we called Mrs. Terry Mother T. Both BC and I called her Mother and Father T, Mr. and Mrs. Terry. Mother T washed my undies for me. I mean, she looked after me like a mother. And that was very nice. So we were quite close. That was lovely. And there was another girl, Adi Hock, who was a year above me, who was Viennese, of Viennese origin. Wealthy Austrian Jews. I think her father worked for Banker, Singer and Friedlander. And when my brother came to visit me in Aberystwyth, he promptly fell in love with Adi, but unfortunately she married somebody else. She was killed very young. And we were good friends. I stayed with her and her family in London on one holiday. And we kept in touch for a while. But then, oh no, I did keep in touch with her, even after she married the other guy. And then she had a son, and then she was killed in a car accident.
Mm. So at what year did you come back to London?
Came back in 1944 and stayed again in London accommodation, in university accommodation in Frognall. Didn't like it very much. Made friends with a girl called Maureen Tremblin, and we got ourselves a little flat in Belsize Park. And then she fell in love with an American and went to America with an American soldier, joined him there, and she got killed in a car accident.
Also?
In America, years later, yeah.
And how did the area, Swiss Cottage and Finchley Road, look like then? There was lots of...
Exactly the same. I lived in Frognall, which is now very posh, but this was just a house. But I didn't like being there because one of my friends was a Sinhalese chap, then engaged and subsequently married to an English girl. Conrad Dyers, his name was. And he came to visit me, and the landlady said, I won't have any blacks here. So I said, well, I'm not staying. That's early days to say that. I didn't like that. Years later, my real husband, the father of my children, was appointed as the economic advisor to the central bank in Ceylon, and I recontacted Conrad Dyers and his wife Eileen, and we became the best of friends again in Sri Lanka, now Sri Lanka.
Did you hang out in Doris and all these places of the refugees that were on Finchley Road?
I had nothing to do with refugees.
Nothing to do.
No, it wasn't my life. Partly because of Itchen Abbas. I mean, my youngest son teases me because if I'm in certain company, he says, Mum, you're talking Itchen Abbas. You know, it's a way of being English. It must have rubbed off on me somewhere. It's not the core of my being, but it's one of the sort of suits of armor I can wear, maybe. And it must affect you. You can't just live through all of dog training and Englishness and meeting Lord X or whatever. And you know, somewhere must mean I'm not afraid of titles or something like that. It doesn't impress me. It's just people like you and me.
So where did you meet your first husband?
In a students' club, International Students' Club, in Gower Street. And he just said to me one day, "Don't you think that people like you and I should get married?" And looking at it like that objectively, I thought,
Okay.
why not? I mean, he didn't even have the courage, poor chap, to say, "I love you, will you marry me?" I mean, for God's sake, excuse me, but I mean, really. But I didn't have the judgment then. So, okay, he was an architect, and he was a good architect, and he had a job teaching architecture in Bristol, so we moved from London to Bristol. So my first job, actually, was teaching at Bristol University because somebody fell ill. That was my first job. Well, my first job after doing sort of part-time secretarial jobs in London. I had bumped into my professor, Professor Willoughby, before going to Bristol, and I told him I was about to go. And he said, "Well, give my regards to Professor Kloss." So dutifully, I went, knocked at the door of Professor Kloss's room, and he said, "What a pity you didn't come early. I was looking for staff," and I was all of 23 or something. And I was absolutely terrified. And then, in fact, somebody fell ill, and he rang me up, and he said, I need somebody for translation, and that was absolutely my cup of tea. I mean, I'm a passionate translator. I'm a passionate bridge builder. If I can do it linguistically, that's how I'll do it. And that was in a way, it was through a translation for which I won a prize. That's how I connected with AJR, or just before. There was a chap called an architect, never mind, come to me in a minute, who said he had the words of a song that they had to sing marching out of Buchenwald, the workers. And Walter Marmorek, Dr. Walter Marmorek was the chap. And could somebody translate it to make it accessible for his non-German speaking friends? And I sat in this room and translated. I mean, I worked quite hard at it because it touched me. And I showed it to my oldest son. He said, "Yeah, that's not bad." And I sent it off. I found Walter Marmorek Richmond, and I found his address in the telephone directory. I sent it to him, not to the AJR Journal. And he said, "Thank you, pop in sometime since you live near." And I saw him at his architectural practices, and we laughed about funny poetry, and that was that. 3 months later, my sister-in-law rang up and said, "Congratulations. I'd won £100. It was a competition I didn't even know." And my husband's already dead, and my son said, "Oh, how wonderful, Mum. What will you spend it on?" And I realized I couldn't spend it on myself, not on the back of a Buchenwald song. On myself, to wear, jewelry, clothes, never. So I had to give it away. Whew, I've got to give £100 away. Well, to whom can I give £100? It was difficult. I almost sympathize with millionaires. To whom do you give your money? And it was about then that I read about the Imperial War Museum Holocaust exhibition. And I sent them a little letter and said, "Would you like £100? What's £100? But I just felt that's what I wanted it to go to. And I delivered the check myself, and I got to talk to them. And that is how my involvement with them started.
And let's go back to when did you hear after the war from your parents? How did you reunite with them actually?
Well, of course, I knew that they were all right, and they could write from Peru. So we did have a correspondence, if you like, throughout the war between Peru and England. Postal services took ages. I was not a diligent letter writer, and I'd often get a second letter from my poor mum saying, I'm starting this letter in the hopes that there's one from you in the post. I remember one letter she wrote to me in which, and that was when I was already in Aberystwyth at University College London, you never say anything about boyfriends. And I remember writing back indignantly, it may have been customary in your time to talk to mothers about boyfriends, but it isn't now. I probably didn't have one, but I wasn't, even if I had, I wouldn't have told my mother. Not anywhere. I had a very good relationship with her when we were together in Peru, and that was quite girly then. So I still didn't tell her about the boyfriends I had in Peru. Because then I felt liberated from my husband. And I suppose you could say I played the field. But there was one chap who wanted to marry me, but I decided he was too old for me. There was another chap who seemed to express an interest, and we've kept in touch. And boy, am I glad that I didn't. Yes, no. At the end of 2 years there, being neither married nor divorced, I decided I'd better come back and face reality.
You started it, but could you describe again, please, the meeting with your mother? Where did it take place?
In Liverpool.
In Liverpool station again?
No. In Liverpool, off the ship. I remember standing on the quay and the ship was down below. And I could see her before she, I think, actually saw me, because you have more of a view down than up. And I don't remember the time between seeing her and her coming up. And I don't remember an embrace, but there must have been one. And I think we both cried. I mean, it was something that that just weren't any words. It was a long time, 9 years, a long time between her stepping behind my dad and taking out her handkerchief and meeting in peace. But I was aware of the fact, and this is where the 5 hours of train journey came in as a good thing, I was aware of the fact that she had come because my brother was ill. So the day after she arrived, and I was then married. I mean, she and my future ex-husband got on very well. I mean, we got on okay. He wasn't a bad person. He was just no good for me. His second wife also divorced him, but that's another story. And next day, I took my mum by underground from North Kensington to University College Hospital. And I remember, because I knew perfectly well which ward he was in, and one of the nurses came towards us and said, we have put him in a separate room to meet your mum. And I remember pushing her in and staying outside. And that's probably one of the most delicate things I've ever done in my life, leaving her. So, because I was aware of the fact that it was because of him that she had come, which was good for my brother, because I think when I was born, I kind of put his nose out of joint. So it was nice that he had this privilege. And he was sitting up. He was just going to show them that he could sit up, because they didn't think he could ever without help. And from there he went from strength to strength. So I mean, it was wonderful for him that my mother could come. It was hard for her to have to face a son as sick as that. She had brought all sorts of things with her from Peru, like raw coffee that we had to roast before we could have it. Um, she and I also went down to Itchen-Abbas, and she had brought with her one of my father's collection of Buddhas as a thank you present. There was a language problem. We stayed.
You just couldn't talk German in this stage? You couldn't?
No, it was a language problem between auntie and uncle and my mother.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I mean, I would sort of do the in-between. And my mum, I think, probably really would have wanted to be back and talk and stayed with my brother, you know, so that I remember her actually when aunties very kindly asked her after Peter's health, she burst into tears, and I realized that, you know, she doesn't really want to be here at all. It was civil, it was friendly, it was all right.
But the auntie and uncle were worried about the fact that the mother, your parents, have come back to.
No. Auntie was seriously concerned when I decided to go to Peru, because the night or the two, no, I think the three nights before I got on the ship. No, I also left from Liverpool. I stayed with them the weekend before I left, and she said to me, "You will come back, darling, won't you?" That's as far as she would allow herself to go. And I said, "Oh yes, I'm only going, it's only a trial separation." So then I went back to London, not to Bristol where I had been living, stayed in London with my brother, who again very sweetly accompanied me to Liverpool to get on the Salaveri. It was an amazing 6 weeks it took on a cargo ship from Liverpool to Lima.
And how was the meeting with your father? You said that you were actually very close to
Before
him.
I went to Peru, he came over in 1950 or 51. And he arrived in Plymouth, of all places. So I took a train down to Plymouth from Bristol. And a lot of people had given him presents to take to friends and relatives in England and Germany, which of course he couldn't declare because he didn't know what was in the parcels. So they made him open all his luggage. He missed the boat train, and I was standing there, and I was talking to some of the customs people, and it must have been in November or early December, because one of these customs guys said to me, "So your dad's come for Christmas, has he?" And I said, yes, he's come for Christmas. So I think they did a body search and everything. It took absolutely ages. And they finally said, "Well, okay, let's let him go." And he kept on saying, "To pay, please, to pay." He was prepared to pay for all, whatever he was supposed to have brought. "No, go away, let's not think about it." So we went back to Bristol together. And because he felt I had rescued him. The boot was on the other foot, you know, I was the parent. And it was wonderful. We talked, and I had no problem. I mean, they allowed me to actually go in to talk to him before he came out of whatever you call it, this sort of search area. And so we had a quick hug, and I remember saying to him, "Überlass es mir, leave it to me." I remember actually saying that to him, because I felt that he was maybe too honest or telling them things they didn't even want to know. So I explained that he was a lawyer and that he had all these friends, and this is the first time back in Europe after the war, and they understood. I mean, they believed me, and I told them the truth. So I rescued him, and you know, that was nice, and my brother was all right by then, so there wasn't anybody, there was nothing sad about his trip.
Let's go on now to your husband, your second husband.
Oh, good, that's much nicer.
Yeah. Tell us, what was his name? Tell us about him.
He was Michael Green, née Menachem Michael Greenberg, or Michael Menachem, I think that way around. It was Michael Menachem Greenberg. I think his parents called him Menachem. His first language was Yiddish. He was born in Manchester. His father had come from the German end of Poland. His mother was from Romania. They had come to this country as youngsters with their parents and settled in Manchester. Michael was a very bright boy and got a scholarship to the Manchester Grammar School, which was the top educational establishment on a no fee paying. I mean, his dad was a failed businessman. He tried to run a wine shop and failed, and tried something else and failed. He would have liked to have sat and been a scholar himself. And Michael's mum was a lovely lady whom I never really knew well, because by the time I met her, she had had already a stroke that had affected her speech. So I never really knew her at her best. May I drink some water? From Manchester Grammar, he got 2 scholarships to Trinity College, Cambridge, from which he paid his father half, because his father had no money. He went up on as an Orthodox Jew, kosher, and within weeks of being there, he decided that is not for him. And his story is he did 2 things. He got onto one of the bridges over the River Cam and threw his tefillin into the river. He then went back to college and told the servant, "I no longer wish to eat kosher food," only to be told by the servant, "Oh, you can't do that, sir." He was sort of taking a paternal interest in his Jewish heritage or something. However, that's what he did. And he reacted against his Orthodox background with a vengeance. I mean, fiercely. He got a double first in history. I mean, he was really, really, really bright. But started, that's right, got a fellowship to do a PhD, did a year of the fellowship when war broke out, but it broke out after he'd been offered a fellowship at Harvard. So either just before the war or at the very beginning of the war, he went to the United States, where he completed his fellowship at Harvard. According to records, he was considered lazy, which his sons and I think is very funny. He then got a job at the White House with Roosevelt, something or other warfare. And his speciality, of course, was, I say of course, because his PhD thesis, which Cambridge University Press published as a book and republished several times, is called The Opening of Trade with China and the Opium Wars. So he was actually on the desk in Washington of what to do with Japan after the war. And then McCarthyism hit him, because all decent people in the 30s were at least Marxists, communists or whatever, which was in his case as well. There was a woman called Elizabeth Bentley. It's interesting, I normally forget her name. I'm now pleased to note that it was Elizabeth Bentley whom he did not even know, who denounced him as a communist. So he left Washington. He actually left Washington. Oh, by then he'd married an American Jewish girl. And according to him, he'd married her because he wanted to go to Washington with a wife. I think there was probably a bit more to it than that. But since they also divorced subsequently, at least she ran away from him, that maybe was a good way of explaining the marriage to himself. I, many years later, met her and her then husband, and she is now dead. Her then husband, his present companion, female, and I are in constant email correspondence.
Really?
I love that sort of thing. His name is Gene Searchinger, and we were wondering what our official relationship is.
Your ex.
Outlaw in-laws, or related by divorce, or something like that. Anyhow, he's very bright too. So anyhow, he then came back, Michael then came back to England to do the last year of his fellowship at Trinity, because he'd done 2 years, or maybe he was there for 2 years, I can't remember. Anyhow, his then wife couldn't stand the cold and couldn't stand. In 1947 in England was pretty difficult. So what with that, and probably not then getting on with Michael, she went back to America and got divorced, and she instigated divorce and got it. Michael then was offered a job with UNESCO in Paris, only to be blocked by the British government at the instigation of the American government because of McCarthy, and he found himself unemployable. So he fled to Paris, where he mixed with all the Hollywood blacklisted guys. It was, yes, okay, so that's what he did there. He got a job doing PR for the cognac industry, and I mean anything just to keep body and soul together. I mean, he was in the group of Ben Barsman, who was one of the Hollywood writers, and well, other names as well. Anyway, he then applied for and got a job in Switzerland, doing again PR work for the watch industry. And there again, he was named in a paper, in one of the papers, and he got the sack. And he managed to get back to France across the lake illegally, and was in due course apprehended by the French police and rescued by a lovely friend here in London who drove over or went over and got him back to England, by which time he had lost both the American citizenship and, for some curious loophole in the legal system, his British nationality.
I'm stopping you here because the tape is over. We'll continue in the next tape. So you were telling us that your husband was coming back to England with no passport.
Right. So how to get a job? Because he had always been interested in films, he actually got a job with the British Film Institute. At that time, I was writing subtitles on foreign films. So when we met, we were both in the film industry, which was completely different from anything that either of us had done up to that point.
What did he do? What did he do in the industry?
He was both one of the editors of their journal called Sight and Sound, and he went off to lecture on the Italian film all over the country. So he was an expert on films, on foreign films, and I subtitled it. I was so curious. We met at a party in St. John's Wood, to which he was invited by an ex-girlfriend, and I was invited by a would-be future boyfriend.
Would-be
Would be, and he wasn't. So we met there, and that's right, the party was full of young Israeli men who seemed to me rather arrogant, and by then I was already 30, right? So they were all younger than me, and I didn't seem to have much to do with them. And I was talking to a couple who were interested in the fact that I had relatively recently come back from Peru. That was still a talking point. And apparently Michael told me years later, well, not years, sometime later, that he had overheard me speaking about Peru and thought I was some exotic Peruvian female and decided to talk to me. He was no doubt seriously disappointed in not finding me an exotic Peruvian female, but that's how we started our friendship. And it was a friendship as well as a relationship. I remember when I was on my own, after I got my divorce, I realized that what I was really looking for was a man with intellect and human understanding, neither of which was present in my first husband. And I found both in Michael, who by this time had found that it was much easier to get a job if he dropped the Berg from Greenberg. So he was Michael Green.
Oh, okay.
So that's how that happened.
What year did you get married?
We got married in September 57. We met in February 57, got married in September 57, had our kids in 58, 60 and 62. Bang, bang, bang. Me thinking I couldn't have children, because that was one of the problems with my first husband.
Could you describe the wedding day?
With Michael?
Yes.
Yes. It was the Chelsea Registry Office. I was pregnant. We got in a car and drove down to Seaford in Sussex, where I promptly threw up. So we decided to come back again. I am concentrating the story a little bit. But no, the wedding day was actually totally irrelevant to me. I was just happy to be with him. I get married, unmarried. Fortunately, I inherited some of my parents' unconventionality. We married in a registry office. It was nice. We had a little party afterwards. Close friends, a dozen of them maybe. It was great.
Could you tell me a bit about your family life, about your children?
You mean what happened? We got married, okay. We got married. A dear friend who'd been a student of mine, another very Englishman, offered us his flat in Chelsea to have a place to live in after we'd got married. So we moved in there, and one day we found, and we knew we could only have it for 5 or 6 weeks, we saw a flat opposite some workmen, and Michael went over and said, is the flat empty? It was very difficult to get flats these days, rented stuff. And they said yes, and these are the owners, and to cut a long story short, we rented the flat. And so we just moved across the road. My husband was out of a job because the British Film Institute had wanted to send him to Paris, and he didn't have a passport. And they said, you can't travel, end of job. I was teaching part-time, so that's how we survived. I taught right up until 3 weeks before Danny was born. And then he had some savings and I had some savings. And then a friend had a travel agency who offered, and they offered him a job, but to work on the PR. So that was it. And I was still pregnant, and we had just moved into this flat when a telegram arrived from Ceylon offering him the job of economic advisor to the central bank, which he accepted. It was offered to him through the recommendation of a Professor Joseph Needham, who was a great Chinese, he was actually a biologist, but he wrote the whole history of Chinese science and medicine. And so it was decided that he sent a telegram back to say that we were expecting a child and he would come soon after its birth, which he did, and I joined him 6 weeks later, so we're now talking about 58. He went, I think, Danny was born in Jan 58. He went out in March 58, and I got on a ship. He went out by plane. I got on a ship in Southampton. I think it was Southampton, in May of 58, with my baby.
How was life?
First class. The Ceylon government paid first class on this ship. First class, I mean, you know, amazing. 2 weeks.
How was life in Ceylon?
Very interesting. It was the only 2 years in my life where, except for short spells for having babies, I didn't actually have a job. It is a very beautiful island. The problem in 1958 was already the problem between Tamils and Sinhalese, the problem which developed much later and is now represented by the Tamil Tigers. The boot was a little bit on the other foot at the time. They were burning. Michael wrote to me saying, I'm not sure that you should come. They were burning Tamils in the streets of Colombo. So what had happened, the Tamils had objected to the names of buses written in Sinhalese, even in Jaffna in the north of the country, north of the island, where everything was Tamil. So I went. I said, there must be other people with babies, I'm coming. So I went. And I had a fairly leisurely life because, again, in the position that he held, it was understood that one had servants. So the first place we lived in, it was customary to go to leave bungalows. That's to say, Brits who went on leave would let people like us rent their bungalow. So the first bungalow was this huge Dutch bungalow, and we had a cook and a houseboy and a gardener and a bathroom coolie. And a bathroom coolie came only to clean the bathrooms. Oh. He had hairy legs and shorts, and everybody else wore sort of sarongs. And it was curious. It was very odd to live. I mean, I felt seriously outnumbered by the servants. I mean, there were only 3 of us, and this sort of slew of people padding around barefoot. It was strange. And then there were snakes, and there was a snake on a tree, and the cook came and said, "Oh, snake lady, snake in garden." What was I supposed to do with a snake in the garden? So I thought, what do I do with a snake in the garden? So I got a fly spray or something like that, a pfft, you know. And I went up to this snake, I went pfft, and it dropped off, stunned, poor thing. So I said to the gardener, "It's dead." I pronounced it dead, probably wasn't, so he put it on the fire. But you know, I mean, do I know the difference between harmless or poisonous snakes? So we had all these excitements. And so then we did some traveling. We went to see all the sites. I mean, having seen all the sites in Peru, like Machu Picchu and so on, I now had the privilege of being the other side of the globe and going to places like Sigiriya with those fantastic caves with the paintings of these lush females, you know, obviously courtesans or something. And we made Sinhalese friends. The Brits didn't want to know us because there was a British High Commissioner, of course, but they didn't want to know us because Michael was appointed by the Sinhalese government, not through the British. We met them, but didn't have a lot to do with them. So our friends were Sinhalese. Lovely.
So you come back after 2 years, and how does...
Well, we had our second child there. Paul was born in Sri Lanka, in Ceylon. And we had a lovely woman, obstetrician, who had done her training at the same hospital, namely Hammersmith Hospital, where Danny was born. So, you know, all these things come together. She was a Tamil lady who promptly did the circumcision on Paul. I mean, what do you do? She knew all about it. So that was that one sorted out. We were very friendly with the Israeli chargé d'affaires, Netanel Lorch. Mean anything to you? Netanel Lorch and his wife, Eric, who originally came from Vienna, and they had 3 children, Yali, Yippie, and Noni, and you know, so we had relationships with them, and that was lovely, and our Sinhalese friends. And after 2 years, I came back, but they had not renewed Michael's re-entry visa. So we came back via Israel. He stopped there, and I came back with the 2 kids on my own. And that was another difficult time of my life, because where's the money coming from? I had a little bit of money saved. We had let the flat, which was now empty because the tenancy had come to an end, so there was no money coming in. And I went to see Lord Lever and Amnesty International, a chap called Martin Ennels. "Please, will you help me get a visa for my husband?" And they tried this and they tried that. And you know what I did finally? I looked at the telephone directory where it said Home Office. And I dialed the number, and I get through to the switchboard, and I said, "Will you please put me through to the Home Secretary?" And she did. And well, I got through to his assistant with a sort of a long double barrel, this is whatever his name was. And I said, "Look, Mr. Blah Blah, you don't know me, but my name is so-and-so. I'm here with my 2 children. And fortunately, one of them started crying. And my husband is in Israel. He was born in Manchester, and for all sorts of curious reasons, he's lost his British, without ever renouncing it, has lost his British passport. I want him to get his visa. Leave it with me." He said, "Ring me same time tomorrow." Very nice. I gave him all the details. And he rang me next day. He said, "I think you'll find that the visa's going through within the next few days." I did it. Fortunately, the British High Commissioner in Israel had been at Cambridge with my husband, so that was all right. I mean, he was quite actively looking for the answer. And this might interest you maybe, the chap said, the High Commissioner said to him, you know, I've been in many posts and we have a lot of work finding out what's happening. In Israel, they come and tell us. You know, so I think he didn't have a bad time there except for the insecurity of not knowing.
So how long was he there?
After I came back, probably nearly a month, which was not easy. Not easy either for the children. I mean, the older child knew that dad's missing. But he came back.
And you went back to work here?
I then, yes, I did, for many years I did part-time teaching English as a foreign language. And then Michael got a job with the Petroleum Press Service, which didn't impress him. Then he got a job as the assistant editor of a journal called The Banker, and the editor died quite soon after, and he then became the editor of The Banker, which was a very respectable journal. And then somebody in the city took an interest in him, and one of the big broking firms headhunted him. So for the last 6 or 7 years, he was the economic advisor to one of the city brokers. So, I mean, we could afford to live.
You could afford.
Yeah.
When did you go back to Germany? When did you go back and visit Germany?
The first time I went was with my ex-husband, who went to an international architectural students conference in, guess where, my hometown of Munich. And that was in 1950. And not everything had been built up. And the press was interested in this conference, and was delighted to find somebody who could speak English, namely the wife of one of the participants. And they said, what did I think? I said, I'm very impressed by all the building that's going on. What I'm not impressed by is some of the whinging that's going on, because damn it, who started the war? And of course it was all reported except for that last remark. They couldn't, nobody could talk about anything then. Nobody wanted to talk. I visited my father's good friend, a really good friend, not a Jew, Eisenhower, not Eisenhower, but Eisenhower, who was decent and who would have protected my brother when he called on them after leaving the school on Kristallnacht, and his wife wouldn't have him, sort of wife. And it was his wife who said to me at that time when I visited them, standing in the bay window, she said, well, you did all right then, you missed all this, pointing to all the rubble. I thought, the cow, you know, she didn't know what Jews went through, or she didn't want to know, she was just sorry for herself. And this being sorry for themselves, I don't know how long it lasted, but it was still going on in 1950. I then went back.
Did you go in that time back to your house? To where you...
Yes. I went back to where we had been living, and from where we had been ousted already before I came to England, because it was this nice residential area near Hitler. And I went back there to find that in the whole street only one bomb destroyed the block of flats, and that was ours. It had been rebuilt, but it looked quite different. Then we had gone there by car. Then we drove out to my little village.
Did you meet the neighbors or other people?
No, I didn't go in.
Didn't go in?
No, I didn't go in. We went to Walchensee, and we were approaching the lake, and I felt really like being rubbed across sandpaper. You know, it was quite painful. But somebody hitched a lift, and my future ex-husband stopped and picked him up. And I really wanted to cry, but I was inhibited, so I didn't. So I had to sort of swallow whatever emotions I felt. That's when I visited the farmer's wife, who said, "I'm glad you're alive." And that was good. And
Can
then
you tell us again about the story about when you saw the farmer's wife? Because you told us before, but
yes, we went there, and she said she was glad. She said, "I'm glad you're alive." And then she said, "In the end, we peasants were the best off because we were free." And then she said, sort of like, "Oh, by the way, I did hide a Jewish couple. But then after a while they left. But they couldn't really touch me, the people in the village, because they knew that we provided the food. You see, so that's how she felt protected. She was lovely." And I said, "Do you still..." She offered me tea and cake or something. I said, "What about your bread?" Because she was always giving me bread and butter, and buttermilk with little bits of butter floating in it. She said she no longer makes the butter, she no longer bakes her own bread. And I realized the changes that had taken place. I went back to our little house, which had been bought at the time legally, but to the disadvantage of my father. They rang up my father. I'm going back to 38 now. They rang up, or even 37, they rang up my father, Gestapo did, in his office and said, "If you ever go back to your house, we'll burn it over your head." And he happened to have a client in his office at the time, client from Berlin, who either overheard the conversation or my father explained what it was. He said, "I'll buy it from you there and then." But my father could only ask for, I think, a tenth of the value of the house. I can't remember. But my father said, "Done. I'd rather you had it than they had it." And all the legal documents were drawn up there and then. So when I went back in 1950, it was in fact that couple who lived there. What my father did not know at the time, but found out later, was in fact Herr Kirmreuter, his name was, his wife had a Jewish father. So she was partly Jewish, which made their son a Mischling. So he was not allowed to join the army, but was doing forced labor, but survived the war. So they lived, his Kirmreuter parents lived and died there and were buried in the churchyard. And subsequently their son lived and did not die in our house, but had it pulled down and built a stone villa, and that upset my father. Upset me too, and I think my brother. You know, because we left them the house, our little house. I didn't need any more, but he thought, well, he wanted a proper villa. And then he got married, and I dare say his widow's still there, I don't know. I don't want to go back there.
did you go again? Did you go
Yes,
again?
I subsequently went with my husband and my children because I wanted to tell my children everything about how when the Nazis came to look for Feuchtwanger, we were able to find, we knew the way through the forest to get to their house and warned him to go away, and I knew where all the mushrooms grew, except when we went back after the war, they had cut the trees down. And that was another shock to me. Where's my forest? Because we were on the edge of the forest. No, I told my children everything, what happened.
How old were they? What were they?
First time we went, 40, they were probably 8, 10 and 12, something
when
like
you were
that.
young.
Or 7, 9 and 11, something like that.
Were they interested in the
Oh
story?
yes, yes, very interested.
Are they interested in Judaism?
Yes, funnily enough.
Yes.
They're all atheists, passionate atheists. Well, they're all scientists, difficult. Well, they are religious scientists, but it's a bit rare. But only one married out, the one who married that beautiful Julie. They adopted 2 children who are being brought up Jewish. Right? That's interesting. They will tell you that they identify with their history, and that's why they're Jews. And when Danny, my oldest one, married an English Jewish girl from whatever it's called, the sort of conventional Jewish, the West London Synagogue, Hugo Gryn and all that. They were married by Hugo Gryn. And I said to Danny, how do you, as an atheist, how do you cope with being married in a synagogue? And he said to me, but Mum, I have nothing against ritual. So he's married to Emma, and Jeremy is married to an American Jewish girl whose mother was a Hebrew teacher, and she's a Hebrew speaker, and they met at the Weizmann Institute in Israel, and she is more fervently interested in her even religious background, although she would accept it only herself as ritual. But Jeremy is quite happy to go along. We have Shabbat Friday evenings here.
Was it always or since she came?
No, that's Melissa, because both she and Jeremy were working at both had jobs at Harvard, and they didn't like it much. And he got a job here at King's Guy's, London, to have his own lab. And they got they're renting a house in Sheen, and so we do Friday evenings here. Sometimes I go there, but I sometimes invite other friends. I have a friend who converted to Judaism, and I've sort of adopted her now, so she comes and joins us.
So the connection with Judaism was all through the years, or is it now more in the...
I completely lost it for years. I completely lost it for years after I married, or even before I married my first husband, until one day I was teaching in Bristol. After the temporary job at the university, I got a job at Bristol High School for Girls, and I received a letter from my father saying Yom Kippur is on whatever, such and such a day, and it happened to be the day that I opened the letter. I walked to school, walked straight into the headmistress's office, and I said, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know if you know that I'm Jewish. I should have told you before, but it's the Day of Atonement today. Would you mind if I have the day off? She said, no, I don't mind. I'm sorry you didn't tell me before, but it's all right. I walked out of the school, found my way to the synagogue, and felt nothing. It was so strange to me because they were Orthodox, and it was just so different. When I say I felt nothing, I felt no affinity with them, but I was glad I had done what I had done, and that was my first step back.
I'm interested to know, how did the refugee experience influence your life?
How what influenced?
The refugee experience influenced.
How it influenced my life?
Yes, how the premature, let's say, ending of the childhood influence your life. Do you think you have any emotional effects of leaving home at such a young age, and what did it bring to you as a person?
Well, I must tell you another story, which is possibly an answer. At 1 year, I was invited back to Munich by the mayor. Some German cities invited refugees back at their expense. And I was invited back with my husband. My children were already grown up. And we were put up in a hotel, little hotel, bang in the middle of Munich. And we got there at 3 in the afternoon and suddenly found that we were hungry. Now in Munich you can eat any time of day or night. And we went to sort of a pedestrian area and walked into one of the beer cellars and ordered Weißwürstchen potato salad, a very Bavarian dish. I took one mouthful and burst into tears. And my husband said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I don't know." To this day, I don't know. I just had to, it was a sort of a wallowing cry. I was just overcome with some emotion. And I think that is when this irretrievable loss of original identity hit me. So maybe that it was then that it was sort of coming together. Who was I? Who am I? And what's the bridge? I think I've got there. I think I've got there. I remembered that when my first few days at school in England, I said I had discovered something, and that also has to do with your question. I suddenly realized they don't know who I am, because I was in this community in Munich with Jewish friends, with non-Jewish friends, but the people I knew who I was. And here I found myself, and these guys didn't know who I was. They don't know. And I thought, I'll show them who I am. And that was another thing, that was another reason why I studied. I'll show them who I am. So being a refugee maybe made me more aware of who I am. I didn't think of myself as a refugee.
You didn't?
No, I never thought of myself. I don't even think of myself as a refugee now. I just came here. I came here. I came here for a good reason. And I came here with a Kindertransport. Thank goodness it existed. But I don't think I've ever attached the label refugee to myself.
Or a victim? Or you didn't attach more the refugee in the sign of a victim?
I don't want to be a victim.
Okay.
No.
But I reckon that the refugee experience forced you to be a survivor and to do things in life.
Absolutely. And you see, there's nothing that you can't get something positive out of, I imagine. I survived. And that's great. You know, I mean, Hitler, damn it, is dead. You know, it's lovely.
And how do you feel yourself? How would you define yourself? Jewish, German, English, German, Jewish?
I'm a Bavarian Jewish Brit.
Bavarian.
And that fits. You know, when people think I have to be one thing or the other, not necessary. We have many facets. I am Bavarian. When I speak German, I speak Bavarian. I can speak proper German, but why should I? I am definitely British, and I tell you when I actually feel English, when I'm abroad. I mean, in France, je suis anglaise. I'm an English woman. When I'm in Munich, no, I am a Bavarian. Maybe a funny Bavarian to them, but I'm a Bavarian.
Do you feel at ease with the German language and with Germany? Just a second. Just a second. Shall we go? I asked if you feel at ease with Germany and the German language.
I must tell you, I have German friends who are in their 30s, 40s, and maybe early 50s. They have nothing to do with the Germans that I would not want to meet. I would not want to meet anybody older than me because I wouldn't know who they were or what they were doing. I asked this lovely Dr. Henschel, this historian who wrote the article, I actually asked her what brought you into what they call exile research, Exilforschung. And she was hesitating, and she finally said, it's because my mother is a Nazi and she's still alive. So she has to battle with that. Now, I cannot talk about forgiveness because I cannot forgive the second or third generation something that they haven't done. To me, I take them as they are, and the people I meet, all the people I've met are fantastic. And I've met a whole lot of them from Bremen down to Munich. As for the others, I don't forgive. You can't forgive the unforgivable. It's not on. Never. May they rot in hell, is what I say.
And where is your Heimat?
My Heimat? My Heimat is in Munich, but I feel at home in England. You can't change a Heimat. It's where you were born and brought up. I have 2 pictures of Munich on the wall there. Yeah. I have pictures of Walchensee in the kitchen. Yes, I think of it with great affection. Would I want to live there now? I doubt it. You can't really turn the clock back. No, I love being here. I love being in England.
And what in your character do you think that you've brought from Germany, from your culture?
Oh, certain Bavarian vulgarity, since you ask. From my German. You see, I don't feel German, I feel Bavarian. What makes me Bavarian? Yes, a directness, I think. A directness, a love of pleasure. You know, I like good food, I like singing, I like dancing, I like being friendly. I mean, the sort of, if you like, the extreme example of it is a beer keller where you all go like this. Okay, I don't necessarily want to do that, but you can't see that in a pub. Here they just get roaring drunk and fall on the floor. And I can't identify with that. It's a joie de vivre. It's a joie de vivre.
Do you feel you got the same chances like other English people?
The same?
Chances in life.
Chances?
Yes.
But I've been very lucky. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many Kindertransport children got to be magistrates. Or actually even go to university here, managed to have jobs that they enjoyed. I mean, work for me was never a burden. It's what I like doing, whatever it was, whether it was subtitling foreign films or teaching at the Poly, or even at the Polytechnic. I was seconded to media services and helped making the, films for the business school. You know, I interviewed the Lord Mayor of London when he was a woman, and all sorts of wonderful things.
Could you tell me a bit, we didn't talk about it, about how you got to be a magistrate and what?
Well, I bumped into a colleague at the Poly in the Xerox doing some photocopying, and he very proudly told me that he'd just been made a magistrate, and I said, how did that happen? And he told me, and I said, what's the sort of work you do? And he told me. And then he said, people like you should apply, because at that point, time was when you were put forward by your political party, so you got a politically balanced bench, because it's always 3 people sitting. But they ran a bit short of people in the 50s. No, in the 70s. And so you could apply. So I said, yes, 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 and didn't. And by chance bumped into him again, although I didn't see him from one end of the year to the other. And he said, "Have you written?" I said, "Well, to whom do I write?" He gave me the address, the Lord Chancellor's office, House of Lords, SW1 or something. And so I wrote, and then I had a very snooty letter back saying, "Well, we blah, blah, blah." But would I fill in the form? So I filled in a little, it wasn't very complicated, little form and sent it off. And then I heard nothing for a long time. And then I had a letter months later saying, "The Lord Chancellor has it in mind," this wonderful expression, "has it in mind to appoint you, but you would have to, if he really, terribly vague, but I would have to agree to be trained." Well, when you're a teacher, you love the idea of being trained. Yes, I'd love to be trained. Sent it off. And the next thing I heard was from the Richmond bench saying, would I come for an interview? So I went to this interview, and there was this sort of horseshoe of people. And the first question they asked me was, "Mrs. Green, what is your attitude to crime and punishment?" So I felt like saying, "Can I come back tomorrow and tell you?" No, I had to think on my feet. And then at the end of the interview, they said, "Well, if we're interested, you will hear within weeks. No, if we're not interested, you will hear very shortly. And if we are interested, you may not hear for months, because it depends on what vacancies we have on the bench." So that must have been autumn. And come December, a red book was delivered by a little chap on a motorbike, and it said, "For newly appointed magistrates." And I burst into tears. And then we had training, and then after 5 years you're eligible to get the speaking part in the middle, but you had to be voted in as chairman. And I got that after 5 years, and that was scary, because suddenly you're running the court. You've got your two wingers, but you've got your clerk down there. And if the worst comes to the worst, you've got a little button which brings a light on in front of him, and he leaps to his feet and turns round. But you're kind of in charge. But it's interesting. I worked both in the main part, which is the criminal court, as well as the family court. And I preferred the family court, because in the criminal court, you had to be reasonable. You had to be sure beyond reasonable doubt. You had to be sure beyond reasonable doubt. Whereas in the family court, you could judge on the balance of probabilities, which I prefer, because I always have doubts. I mean, who can be dead certain? And also you can play Solomon in a family court.
Okay. So what would you say that career-wise was your main achievement?
Career-wise, probably teaching the interpreters, future interpreters, students at the Geneva School of Interpreters, and my subject was translation. And I produced several good interpreters. I helped produce several good interpreters. I think because translating and interpreting are so important, and when you think, if an interpreter gets it wrong, what chaos it can cause, what damage it can cause. I did once do a legal interpretation. A friend who had to do a court case somewhere in Kent took me along, and that was quite interesting. But no, I think if my career was basically in the teaching, it was that. In the subtitling, it was one of the films that I did.
Can you tell us again about the films that you subtitled?
Well, I did all the Spanish films, and then I did a German operetta. Oh, that must have been quite good, except it didn't see the light. Well, what happened was there was a German operetta, and I translated it so that you could sing my subtitles. They both rhymed and scanned to the music that you heard. That was good. But the guy committed suicide, and the film was never shown. I was paid, but the film was never shown. That's not the object of the exercise. I wanted the film to be shown. But no, that was nice too. And I suppose being published, having some short stories published in Prospect, yeah, that must be a feather in my cap. I feel very humble about it, really. I think if you want to tell a story, it kind of, it's almost like being sick, you know. You have to do it, and then to get it right is quite painful. And when it's finished, you doubt whether it's any good, and you send it. And I almost don't want to put it in the post because I get so scared. And then the next thing is I get £100 check or something, and I think, wow, he liked it. So, yeah, I think you can't go through life without courage unless you want to suffer. It's probably you need courage. And love and tenderness, especially tenderness.
Is there anyone special for you that you would like to mention or talk about that we haven't mentioned?
Well, apart from my lovely husband, I suppose my sons, I'm prejudiced in favour, you realise I'm their mum. But again, people say, are you proud of them? No. I'm totally amazed. Totally amazed. I mean, they're nice. You know, they're really nice guys, apart from being bright. And that is just lovely for a mum. Professionally, they're doing okay. I mean, I'm the person in the family with only 1 degree. They all a PhD or what have you. So it's okay, I can hold my own. I mean, this room was full of blokes and me. There was my husband. I mean, we had Pesach here with my father, with my father-in-law, with my husband, with my 3 sons, and me. So it's all chaps. And it was very nice. The result being that I know men rather better than women. Women always amaze me. But no, my sons are lovely, and I love my daughters-in-law, and I adore my grandchildren. You know, and if you can fill your life with love and affection like that, do I owe it to Hitler? I mean, I would have been here if it hadn't been for him. But he's dead, finished. And I'm here.
Did you discuss with your grandchildren your past, and is it different, let's say, from the way you discussed it with your children?
Well, the oldest is only 11, and he's the one in San Francisco. But he asked me to write the story of my uncle, the black sheep, you know, the one who skied into Yugoslavia.
The photo, the one that did the photos.
Exactly, the Uncle Ernst who took the photo.
Yes.
And he loved that story. So that is what he knows. Michael, who's 9, uh, when he and his parents, this is before his little brother was born, were in France, we went down to Gurs, which was a concentration camp, and his mum explained everything to him. And then he came to me, and he was only about 5 at the time, and he said to me, I hope God punished all those bad people. And I said, you know something, Michael, he's also called Michael, I think they're all dead. They're all dead and we're alive. And he was happy. So yes, I would never not tell them what they ask, and if they don't ask, I'll tell them anyway. Because some parents can send a message to the children, don't ask. I have a friend to whom that happened. He said, no, we want to protect them. And then I asked the son on a different occasion, have you asked your father? He said, no, we don't want to dwell on the past. I said, no, I'm not talking about dwelling, just ask. You see, but they give that message, so I would never not talk.
Have you any message for anyone who will watch this video in the future? Have you got any special message about your life, for you as a person?
Yes. Some unpleasant things can happen to you, but how you deal with them is in your hands. How you deal with what is given to you, which may be beyond your control. How you deal with it is entirely up to you. And it's your life, is your responsibility. That's what I would tell my kids. That's what I would tell my grandchildren. You can't have everything you want. Doesn't mean to say you can't dream. But accept reality courageously. Don't recoil. Don't step back. Say yes to life.
Bea Green, I thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll do the photographs.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
fine.
yeah?
I'm just sorry in case you're hungry or...
No, we're fine.
You
I'm
sure?
fine.
No, he's hungry.
Are you fine? Could you please tell us about the picture? When was it taken?
Yes, this was 10th of March 1933. My father had gone to the police headquarters to launch a complaint on behalf of a client whose store had been damaged and who'd been taken prisoner. And they said to him, oh, Dr. Siegel, you're wanted in room number so-and-so, which happened to be in the basement, where he found a whole lot of brown shirts who beat him up and kicked in his teeth, bashed his eardrums, cut off his trouser legs, and marched him around Munich like that for an hour maybe, let him go near the main station, and now he never told me this, but he told it to a cousin of mine. They then said, go, and as he was going, they cocked their rifles and said, jetzt stirbst du, now you're going to die, but they never actually fired a shot. So he got into a taxi, and a man came up to him and said, look, I've just taken some photographs, do you mind if I publish them? And my father said, do what you like. And that was the photographer.
Do you know what was his name?
Somebody claims, I can't remember his name, there is a I can tell you later, is a book on the subject, and he sent it off to America. He was afraid to use it in Germany, because apparently the other story is that when Hitler actually got to hear of it, he was furious because he did not at that point want that sort of behavior to be known.
What was the exact date?
10th of March 1933.
Thank you very much.
Parents,
Your parents.
do you want them now?
When, yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, that's very nice. Beautiful.
I've got them up there as well.
Could you please tell me who we see in the photo?
That is my father and my mother, taken in the 1930s. My father, Dr. Michael Siegel, and my mother, Mathilde Siegel. And that is how, in fact, I remember them, although, of course, I did know them when they were older, but that's how I like to think of them.
Thank you.
That is the 27th, midnight of the 27th of June, 1939, at the station, the main station of Munich, in the train where at that point from Munich there were 26 children on that train. The tall girl is the daughter of Herr Sterneck, who was an opera singer, and the little girl came from the Jewish orphanage.
Do you know who the picture was taken by?
By a family in England, but I don't know their name. I've been actually trying to find her at various reunions, but without success.
Thank you.
1929, Walchensee in Bavaria, in the garden of our little house, little chalet if you like, where I'm with my father and my mother and my brother Peter and me sitting on the back of the bench.
Thank you.
I got the accordion when I was 10 years old, had a wonderful teacher, and was playing in concerts with her at the age of 11, which is what I was then, with my dirndl and my hair, long hair.
At what year was the photo taken?
That would have been 35, 36.
By who?
Probably the same uncle, come to think of it.
Thank you.
Yes, but I'm amazed. Well, that was in Walchensee with a lovely friend, Stefan Eisner, when we were 4 and 5 respectively in 1929. I think we were quite sure we would marry each other, but we kind of found someone else each in due course.
Thank you.
Okay.
That is in 1936 in the Jewish school in Munich, where I am with all the rest of the class, most of whom, of course, did not survive. I think out of the whole class, only 4 of us survived. And there we are.
Which one are you?
I'm the one who is resting her hands on her knees and bending forward. On my left is Steffi Beer, now Norman Beer, and the naughty little chap resting his face in his hand with a round face on the stone stairway is Bert Bilski, who now lives in New York.
Thank you.
That's 1935, St. Anna Lyceum in Munich. My first year at the Lyceum with all the other children. There's 5 of us Jewish girls.
Which one are you?
Sorry. I'm the one with the black cardigan right in front.
Thank you.
Okay.
That is autumn 1939, just before I went back or went to school in Sevenoaks with a school uniform which was green, supposedly green and silver. Of course, turns out to be green and white. And it was at Nayland House. It was the uniform of Nayland House High School. It was called Nayland House High School for girls, but we had boys as well. There was a war on.
Thank you.
This was in 1990, or just afterwards, when we made the documentary film The Children Who Cheated the Nazis, and we used only human voice as background, one child, and mine was the adult voice in the background of the film. That was the opening of the permanent Holocaust exhibition at the Imperial War Museum, to which the Queen came along with her husband and a few other dignitaries. And she stopped before the occasional bod, including me, and said, "This is a very important exhibition." And I said, "Yes, Your Majesty, especially for our children." This was totally unrehearsed. I didn't know what she was going to say. And it didn't really hit me until sort of like a week later that I had actually been addressed by the Queen. No, but I was glad she was there.
Thank you.
That is, or if you like rather was, our Häusl, our little house in Walchensee in Upper Bavaria. I say was because the people who bought it had it changed and subsequently pulled down altogether in favor of a stone villa. We all mind its loss, I think the whole family, but it was lovely.
When was the picture taken?
That picture would have been taken before we were obliged to give it up in 1936.